For every city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden. This is Zoria Triglov. She's so adorable. She's my puppy, and she is here to say hi to everybody, and I am here too. We are live with the Eve Universe show. How's that for an opening? Probably a little bit different than everybody else, but I just wanted to show off my Zoe. Just a reminder to everybody, anybody who supports the channel, part of supporting the channel is supporting her. She's so adorable. So, puppy tax taken care of early today. How's it going, guys? How's it going? It is Cyber Monday. So we are going to go over a little bit of that, but I do have quite a bit to talk about today, just in general. I have quite a bit of plans for things that we can talk about today, be it lore and mechanics and everything else. So go ahead and settle in. It is going to be a good day, hopefully. Knock on wood. All right. So, but before we go into the lore and the mechanics and all the other stuff, I will say, actually, before we begin, we are outside of the planet of Tanu 2, which we will cover a little bit more about what that means and why we're here later. But this is kind of a historical place. This is actually the capital of the Amarr Mandate. So we will be discussing the Amarr Mandate, Tanu, the Dread Attacks, and several other pieces of this whole thing later, and traveling around a bit and seeing what kind of things happen. And hey, if I die this time, you can see it because I have my face, because I got a new webcam during the Black Friday sale. So excellent, excellent, excellent. Let's go ahead and jump into just a little thing, because the Cyber Monday deal, honestly, is not that big. So we can just look at this real quick. The Cyber Monday deal, where is it? Oh, shoot. Okay. Cyber Monday up to 50% off mastery packs. So I was kind of confused by this at first. This is not like expert systems. This is, so, you know, in the, yeah, it does. Hold on. I think, can I do it this way? Hold on. Full camera. Hey, hey, look at that. Zoe, up here. Yes, good girl. Good girl. Okay. So either way, okay. So the Cyber Monday, the mastery packs. Now, obviously, there still was the other sales. Actually, now that I'm here, I need to go double check. So the Black Friday sales go on through the 3rd. So we've still got 2 more days for the Black Friday sales. Just a reminder, we covered all of this last stream, so you can look at the details about this. A lot of these Skinner components are available in other ways. This is not an exclusive place to get them, and in fact, some of them, most of them, I think, if not all of them, were on the Paragon store, and there's no indication that they will go away from there. So keep that in mind. Although the deals themselves this is some of the best Omega deals all year. So keep that in mind. And then on top of that, there is the new Odysseus skins that are available, which actually we can show off one of them today. Puppy, what are you doing? Hold on. Where is... There it is. If I open up my fitting window, go to skins. Here is my Yule Festival skin from the New Eden store. These are 390 plex. Unlimited variations of those colors do exist. I bought the Event Horizon Black Unlimited. Woo, I want Event Horizon Black Unlimited. Holy crap, that skin color is so good. So, yeah, this is one of the skins that are available. I personally feel like this is going to be the most valuable one, given the fact that they all 8 billion ISK for that is a lot, but probably worth it in the long run. Yeah, I basically paid $10 more for the normal 3 months for an extra 3 months. Yeah. No, seriously, if, as I talked about last stream, if you pay for your Omega with cash, right now is the best time of the year to get it for cash. You can actually get it like for $15 a month or cheaper. Yeah, but that is not the Cyber Monday deals, although the Black Friday deals are still going on. All of these skins are 390 plex each, which makes them already very expensive. But I personally feel like this one's going to become the most expensive after the fact, just because it is one of the legendarily nice and expensive skins. I think they just recently re-released the SOE ships, and I heard that the Nesser one still is above 8 billion-isk or whatever. Maybe I'm just using that number because he just said 8 billion, but I remember it was like it was some huge. It's still crazy expensive. So chances are this could. Oh, it's 500 million. Okay, hold on. Just for that, we're going to log off safely and go check. Hi, puppy. Let's go check. Got to do my safe log so I can switch accounts. Anywho, so while I'm doing that though, I will say that the Black Friday, or sorry, the Cyber Monday deal is actually on the Mastery pack. So these are relatively new, I think, packs, and this is a good place for somebody to pick up some skill points and honestly some cheap Omega too. Hold on. I do have some gripes with this sale, little ones, but we'll get to that when we get there. So the Mastery Level 1 pack costs $5 instead of $10, so it's the 50% off one. What's weird is that normally you would expect like the more expensive packs to be more discounted, but that's actually not true in this case. It's the opposite. The most expensive pack is the least discounted pack. So level 1 Mastery pack, this is honestly something I would recommend for almost anybody to consider picking up if you pay for Omega, because this is 15 days or half a month of Omega for $5. So, you know, obviously this would be the same as like 1 month of Omega for $10, which is half off. So that's pretty good. And it comes with the plus 12 to all attributes that lasts for 12 days or 24 days with Biology 5 skill. So this is a large... So the way attributes work, basically this almost doubles your skill training unless you are like, like the flat skill training, not like optimizing for attributes or skill, or like your implants. I think all attributes start with 10. I think that the Mastery packs are something you can only get once per account. Yes, I think that that's the whole shtick with these things. Because otherwise, you would just buy the level 1 Mastery pack 50 times instead of buying normal Omega. So yeah, I think all of these are like a one and done kind of deal. So the Accelerator is pretty good, especially since it lasts for 24 days and it's a plus 12 attribute. I think it's one of the best Cerebral Accelerators in the game. So what's odd about this is that this pack is actually even better for more experienced players, because that Accelerator, unlike injectors have a diminishing return. So as you get a higher and higher in skill points, it becomes more and more beneficial to use accelerators versus injectors. So by the time you have about 50 million skill points, the accelerators become significantly better than injectors for like skill point gain. So this is a good deal for characters of all level in order to get their 15 days of Omega for $5. Level 2 Mastery, you get 30 days of Omega for $11. So again, like you're now getting... So I said it here, like this was the equivalent of a month of Omega for $10. So for $1 extra, you get 100 plex and 250,000 skill points above and beyond that Cerebral Accelerator that we were talking about. So you get 250,000 skill points, and the 100 plex. 100 plex is 1/5 of a month of Omega, all for $11. This is also a very, very, very good deal. I would argue better than the $10 or than the level 1 pack. If you are looking for unallocated SP, though, I would remind everyone, if you need SP or if you've never used the buddy code, there is a link down below or in chat that will send you to a referral code that will give you 1 million skill points. You can do it even with an account that is already existent. Doesn't matter how old it is. As long as you've never done the 1 million skill point thing, you can still use this link. And if you use my link here, it doesn't just go to me. It basically, we have a tool where all of the people that help contribute to the show and the alliance itself, like our staff and managers and stuff like that, all of them are on this list. So when you click on that link, you get sent to one of their referral codes randomly. And if you use it and then you buy Plex, they will get 4 Master Arm Cerebral Accelerators. And if you pay for Omega, like a full month of Omega, I think, then they get 15 months of Omega. This is just a little way of us helping, or me helping those who have already, that help make the show possible. Yeah, Malak is very close to a Marshal right now. Oh man, I was looking at it earlier. Hold on, I pulled up my pictures of how many people. Some people have asked, like, or people talk about, like, oh yeah, it's such a nice thing that I do that, where instead of just my buddy code, I send it to everybody's buddy code. In voice, in my Discord, I posted just the other day. Let's see if I can find it real quick. My stats with that. Yeah, here we go. So here is one of my accounts. 826 total recruits. 316 people have upgraded to Omega. And then here is my other account. 1,061 and 384 people going Omega. Remember, you need 40 people to go Omega to get the Marshal. So this is why I don't have to pay for Omega. But I really appreciate all of you guys who do consider using the buddy code. It does go to all of our staff and everything, and that's really cool. All right, back to what we were showing before. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so level 3 mastery is $30. $30 for 60 days Omega, so that's $15 a month now. So we're starting to lose a little bit of that value on our per Omega, but it also comes with 500 Plex, which is actually an extra month of Omega. So that'd be 90 days of Omega for 30 days, for $30. So 3 months for $30. That puts it back at $10 a month for Omega. Which is pretty good, with one of those months being more flexible in the fact that it is Plex, which means that you can sell it. Although right now the Plex prices, good thing we're back in Jita here. We can see here Plex. Actually, I guess we could check Plex prices anywhere now, which is kind of nice. More than 1 month because plus there's bonus items for buying 1 month of Omega with Plex. That's true. So you actually get more than that. But if you are looking to sell the Plex, realize that the Plex price, because of all these sales, continues to go down, which means if you're looking to buy Plex or build something on Skinner or buy, for instance, one of these new Odysseus skins, Plex is continuing to go down since the change that made it so that Plex can be bought and sold everywhere. Obviously, not all of this effect is from that change. There has been a series of sales that have pushed it further down. We'll have to see what happens after Christmas when it comes to the recovery of Plex. But right now, it is an amazing time to pick up Plex on the market or through one of these sales. So just realize that, like, if you are buying one of these sales, selling the Plex right now, it is at an... I can't pull up the old... plus Horde needing ISK for asset safety. That's true. That's really funny. We don't actually have the Plex history anymore in game from before the changeover. But so I don't know how long ago Plex was this low, but this is definitely the biggest hit that Plex has taken in my memory over what, 25% of its value wiped out in 6 months. So that's kind of fun. And before anybody doomsays this, like, we got to realize that people were complaining, like, Plex was stupid high. So this is not a matter of like, oh my God, everything's dying, nobody wants Plex anymore. This is more of a like a correction from an overly inflated value that it was at before. So chances are it won't bounce back up to there. But you know, we still have not obviously seen a new a new stability point. But yeah, anybody who was into like hoarding Plex for your sales and stuff, whoopsie. Should have invested in Pyrite and also sold like a month ago. But either way, jumping back into this, we have the graduation bundle, which is 750,000 skill points and 2 of those accelerators on top of everything else for this bundle. So again, very, very good deal for what it is. For 3 months, well, two months of Omega plus 500 Plex. The level 4 mastery pack is $65. $65 comes with 90 days Omega and 1,000 Plex. So that's the same as 5 months of Omega for $65. We're now losing some of that value, obviously, as it decays kind of from 50%, 40%, 45, 40, 35%. So we're now losing a little bit on the Omega per month, but we do get 1.25 million skill points and the 2 accelerators, plus 2 MCTs and 2 skill extractors. The skill extractors can, of course, be sold on the market for cash, or for ISK, rather. This is the one, this is the thing that gives, this is the one gripe that I have with this sale, and it's just a technical. They are different accelerators. They get worse. Oh, yeah, you're right. They do get worse. That's right. As you go up, they actually get worse. So part of the level 2 pack, it's still plus 12. The level 3 pack is plus 8. And the level 4 pack is plus 6. Now, why are they doing this? The reason why they're doing this is because as you go up in value, more of the skill points are given to you for free right now to use right now, and less of the skill points are given through accelerators. So in other words, if you wanted to get that bonus SP on a level 1, you will have to wait 24 days to get all of your SP from that. However, if you get a level 4, the vast majority of the SP that you're going to get from this is actually going to come from this burst, and then you've got almost 2 months at plus 6 each. Oh no, sorry, almost a month again, 24 days, because it goes to 12 days with Biology 5. In order to get the rest of the skill points. But more, as you go higher and higher up in bundles, more of the SP is given to you as just a pack, and less SP is required to be gained over time. My big complaint with this is this statement right here, which is get 2 multiple character training certificates and grow your influence in New Eden, train 1 extra character for 60 days, or train all 3 on your account for 30 days without pausing your skill queue. MCT cannot be traded and can only be used by active Omega accounts. So this is what bothers me, because up until this point, we have had a nomenclature difference, or like a difference in name that allows you to know whether or not this stuff can be traded. So if we go back into the game and we look in the Nest store, we see that there's multiple pilot training. Wait. Hold on. Am I being crazy? Has this changed now? Is it just different now? So it used to be that if you were going to get a oh my God. Now I've got to see so you have multiple pilot training certificates, right? So the way it works is that multiple pilot training certificate is an item that can be traded, right? And then on the Nest store, and they were available on the Nest store. I don't know when that changed, or if it's just not available at all anymore. Oh, you can also get the level 1 mastery packs in-game, but those are not... It doesn't appear that those are on sale. So it used to be that there were multiple training certificates, which could then be bought and sold. And then they started to sell MCT, which, as you see here, like this doesn't say certificate. It just says multiple pilot training. So this indicates that it cannot be traded. Multiple pilot training, MPT, cannot be sold or traded. But historically, as you can see on the market here, the certificate is the version that can be sold, right? So this should just be called 2x MCT or MPT, and this should say get 2 multiple character training or multiple pilot training and grow, blah, blah, blah. The use of the word certificate has, up until this point, I believe, always meant the tradable version in game. So I would love it to see this be changed, but it also, now that we're examining it, it looks like MCT is going, the MCT certificate has basically gone the way of the dodo. I wonder, I mean, there's still, that's expensive. Huh. I wonder if that's because that's so weird. Are there any ways of getting multiple pilot training certificates anymore? Or is these just continuing to sell the ones that already existed? There's no way to buy MCT certificates anymore. Interesting. Okay. Well, either way, that's my one little gripe with this sale. Otherwise, they seem pretty cool. They were given away in events. Well, they were also purchasable. You could purchase MCTs for Plex and then sell them. Like, I think this was like when they redid everything and they added in the extra stuff. That's when it came in. It is a weird change. Well, I mean, so the issue is that MCT were used historically to circumvent or to get cheaper extra skill training, so that way you could skill extract multiple characters and therefore get the most out of your Omega when it comes to paying for that with a skill farm, which is why they've made this change. But it's a bit of a clunky change, I would say. All right. And then the level 5 mastery pack. So this is $140 pack, is 180 days of Omega. 180 days is what? 6 months? 6 months, right? Plus another 6 months of Plex. So this is 12 months of Omega for $140, plus 1,700,000 skill points and 2 plus 4 cerebral accelerators, 2 MCTs, and 10 skill extractors. So with all these extra skill extractors, I wonder how the value of that's gone. The problem with skill extractors being cheaper is that it also makes it so that those accounts that are funding themselves on skill... Nope, that's a broken one. People that are funding their account by extracting their brain to sell it, like I've talked about this before, I actually don't have a problem with CCP selling SP. I have a much bigger problem with players selling SP because it's a way for people to subsidize their account and their Omega without actually having to pay it with real life, which changes the nature of multi-boxing and the calculations involving it. Hold on. Is everything good? Is everything good? The thing just popped up a warning saying my audio stream was bad. So hopefully that was only a temporary thing. It also, it enables RMT. They ban the accounts and inject all of the skills back into new accounts. Well, I mean, yes, obviously, but there's a loss status to that. I think that the much bigger effect. So like, I've talked about this before. The change to skill extractors, or the introduction of skill extractors, allowed players to fund their account without actually having to pay money for it, which changes the calculus from, well, okay, well, how do I justify paying for this many accounts to I now have 150 accounts, because basically the more accounts that you can maintain, the more money you can get from it. Because there was a period of time where skill in extraction was literally profitable. So the more accounts you had, the more ISK you could make. So now you have characters with an ungodly amount of Omega accounts, as many as they can get around to managing. And so now, like, this is when we see this major transition back in 2016 or so towards multi-boxing. Multi-boxing wasn't like, it was a thing before, but it was mostly relegated to things like big mining guys that want to like mine with 10 accounts in order to see how many plates they can keep spinning. But with this change, it became like everybody, or not everybody, but a lot of people had all kinds of accounts. And so things like AFK ratting became very, very popular. Also, like suboptimal strategies that still require, like, I had all my characters, so who cares? It doesn't matter whether or not it's the optimal strategy. Like, I'm just going to throw more people at the problem. So instead of like having multi-boxing become a challenge, it's actually a way to circumvent that challenge. You know, a lot of things have changed since then to help fix this issue, but it became a significant issue, especially after after skill extractors were introduced. But the thing is that by CCP selling skill points like this, they actually make skill farming more expensive, or like harder to be profitable, right? Because they now compete with CCP for skill points. And this has made it so, like, actually a good example of this is we just had the CSM elections, right? Well, the problem was during this time, a single player with a skill farm had more votes than most corporations, if not alliances, right? Because like alliances are big, but like how many people within your alliance are you actually going to get to vote? How many of them are you going to get to vote on docket? You know, obviously some groups like Goonswarm are pretty famous for doing a good job with that. But if you have 150 accounts and you vote for them all, that is a power block in and of itself. And so I remember back in like 2018, 2019 CSM elections, there was actually a big issue where courting individual skill farmers as a way of trying to get elected was a totally viable strategy. And so the fact that skill farms have become significantly less popular, you can no longer profitably run a skill farm. It's now a way of subsidizing an account that you want to use for other things. I feel like that's gotten a lot more balanced. I think that multi-boxing is still potentially an issue, but it isn't fueled quite as bad by the skill extractor, skill injector system. But again, like them discounting it obviously can make it more viable. It's also the reason why, like, again, this is why MCTs became an issue. This is why a lot of these sales became an issue, because anything that allows you to get even more skill points on your character that you can then extract becomes, you know, an opportunity to make money, or, you know, make ISK from that and subsidize your accounts. So, all right. Either way, that's not the right one, is it? It is. So yeah, this is the Cyber Monday deal, which is on top of, we still can have the Omega bundles, which we showed off last week. These are, again, the best deals for Omega in probably for a while. Although what's funny about that is that now that I've said that, the 1 month of Omega here is $15. You do get the 100,000 skill points and the +6 Cerebral Accelerator and the other doodads, but honestly, between the two, you could argue that the level 1 mastery pack is going to be better because it's $5 for half a month of Omega, and the level 2 mastery pack is 30 months of Omega with 100 plex and a better booster. Wait a minute, hold on. Let's actually just look at this legitimately. So 100,000 skill points and the +6 booster, the Glamourix, and 2 agency support drops. Those aren't worth anything. So the level 2 mastery pack comes with 250,000 skill points. So yeah, right now the level 2 mastery pack is better than the Omega pack, the one month of Omega pack. Just something to keep in mind. And they still are doing the free skins with merch. Looks like it is, what skin is it? Is it... Does it say specifically which skin? Is it this skin? Is it the ugly Christmas sweater? Because I know that they did a thing for a while where it could be any of them, including the more expensive one. But I think this isn't that. I think this is just the ugly Christmas sweater version, which this is actually a pretty fun skin for Christmas. Again, they brought this skin out for the Odysseus, but we haven't actually seen it be available for the Odysseus yet. Last year, I believe that they did not even do the ugly Christmas sweater skin on sale. So I think that they might bring it back this winter, but in the meantime, you can get it with this pack, allegedly. All right. So that's it for the sales. Let's go ahead and hop back over to Ash, and we will talk a little bit about lore, and then probably some mechanics. All right. As I said at the beginning of the show, we are outside of Tenu 2, Planet 2 of Tenu. Now, what's funny about this is that, you know, I've been going around doing some sightseeing and stuff. And one of the ways that I've been doing the sightseeing is there is a locations folder called New Eden Point of Interest, which is on ISD Thalic's his bio. So if you just search for ISDTH on the in the search New Eden, and you find ISD Thalic in the bio here, there is, whoa, where'd it go? Wait. Am I crazy? Wait. Is it not Thalic? Wait. Am I crazy? Oh no, I don't know what I'm talking about. Who was it that... Wait, who has this thing then? Wait, where'd I get this from? Hold on. Folder information. Can I see it? ISD... Yeah, no, ISD Thalic. Am I crazy? Wait. Who did I just look at then? Hold on. Oh. There are two ISD Thalics. Got it. Okay, well, okay. Either way, so if you go to the ISD Thalic Dalhar, then there is the New Eden Points of Interest folder with all of the bookmarks, and that's where we're at. However, today we're at a bookmark that doesn't seem to exist, right? If I go here, let me find it real quick. Yeah, so here's this bookmark. We're going to warp directly to it, and it's titled Empress Catus's Honor Guard. And the question is, why is there a landmark here that doesn't have anything here? And this kind of goes into the fact that Tanu, in particular, is a fairly important system in the Amatar Mandate. And you can see here that there are actually two other landmarks here. There is the Abandoned Battlefield and the Crusul Mobile Laboratory. We can go check out the Crusul Mobile Laboratory. But Tenu 2, as a planet, is the capital of the Amatar Mandate. Now, the Amatar Mandate is a subgroup of Amarr, right? Amarr space is huge, first of all, but Amarr space is actually kind of divided into three different areas. There is the proper Amarr Empire ruled area. There is the Khanid Kingdom area. And then there is the Ammatar Mandate, okay? Now, the Amarr are obviously the Amarr. The Khanid Kingdom is one of the groups of the Amarr. They actually were the kind of the barbarians that the Amarr befriended and worked with when they took over their home planet of Athra against the Eudorians. And so the Khanids were always kind of allowed into, or were kind of allowed into the Amarr proper because of that. And 200 some odd years ago, they defected from Amarr because the King Khanid did not want to, commit shathal sin and, self-terminate as a way of, as is their tradition when somebody goes to become the emperor but fails. So he defected until 10 years ago or so when there was, when Empress Jamil was murdered by the Drifters, and they had another Amarr championship in order to figure out who would be the new emperor. This time, Khanid participated again, lost again, and this time he was forced to perform the rite of shathal sin. But that is not what this is about today. This is about that third group, the Ammatar Mandate, which is a group within the Mimitar that we don't, or within the Amarr that we don't really talk about a whole bunch, but are kind of interesting. So, I just realized I had a video I wanted to show. By the way, a lot of this information about the Ammatar and the rest of the Mimitar tribes, I have a video titled The 7 Tribes of the Mimitar Republic that I made a few years ago. There should be a link for it down below. You should check it out when you get some time, and it will... we describe all of the different Mimitar tribes and kind of what their whole shtick is. Hold on, what am I looking for? Oh yeah, no, never mind. So when we were talking last week, we were showing off the oh god, what was it that brought it up? Well, we were talking about the Empyrean Age, right? And so in the Empyrean Age, we were looking at the Concord structure. So the Concord station in Ulai was blown up by the Mimitar Elder Fleet. So basically, okay, in 2008, the Mimitar had kind of gotten annoyed by the Amarr continually using Concord as kind of this protective system in order to kind of allow them to maintain their slavery, in spite of the fact that in fact, the fact that one of the member corporation or member groups of Concord had a large percentage of the population of another group within Concord enslaved was something that they got really mad about, including their ambassador to Concord, Kaiten Yun. And so after kind of a fiery speech in front of Concord, he was secretly kind of taken to show him this project that was between the Thucker and the Mimitar Elders, which are this almost supernatural, almost fictional, mythological even, like progenitors of the Mimitar, the heads of the different tribes. And they revealed that the secret plan to build this navy in order to rescue the lost tribe of the Mimitar. So this all kind of goes back to an event which is known as the Day of Darkness, which is depicted in the Mimitar trailer. So let's go ahead and look at that first.
Let me tell you who we are. We have a legacy. A legacy that shaped us. A legacy that we've built. We united on this mother world. we rose together as the 7 tribes. One people forging our future. They came to destroy it.
So, what happened was, basically, the Minmatar comes from this paradise planet, right? Like, of all of the starter planets, of all of the 4 empires, the Minmatar's planet, home planet of Matar, was the most, like, lush and vibrant and, you know, a paradise planet compared to, say, the Kaldari's frozen wastelands, right? So the Minmatar, the 7 tribes of the Minmatar had more or less united, and they got a Gaia start in Stellaris, exactly. So they begin to colonize their solar system, working together to do all this stuff, and they make 2 critical mistakes. The first mistake is alleged, which is that they basically mined out their moon, which, or one of their moons rather, which destabilized the gravitational balance on Matar, causing it to have some ecological disasters. Not nearly as much as some of the other places that these kind of things happened, like on the coincidentally named Manar planet, which was in the Galente. That ecological disaster is actually, like, secretly, it seems that probably the Galente helped cause that to happen, but this is actually kind of a flaw in their own making. They kind of weakened their population a little bit by mining out their moon and changing the gravitational balance of the planet. But that's not nearly as important as their second mistake, which is, like the rest of the 4 empires, they attempted to take to the stars, and they eventually begin to develop their own Stargate. And that development of the Stargate, the building of the Stargate, is what exposed them, or likely exposed them, to the Amarr Empire. The Amarr Empire were the first to take to the stars, and so they were rapidly spreading and colonizing and subjugating the people that they had met. And this brings them to the doorstep of the Matari people, which, so the reason why I mentioned, like, the moon thing is because there is this, the Minmatar, like, history is full of darn near, like, supernatural, like, mythological events. So the idea is that the Day of Darkness was all dark. Like, there was this giant dust cloud that blocked out the sun from Matar, and that is also what allowed the Amarr to kind of come in. Now, how much of that is true? How much of that is legendary? Unknown. What we do know is that the Amarr comes in, blows up all of the infrastructure, space infrastructure that the Minmatar have built up at this point, and begin to subjugate, enslave, and kidnap of the vast majority of the Minmatar people.
They tried to break us, divide us, to scatter the tribes.
And in the process here, there was an early rebellion by a group called the Nephintar, or not the Nephintar, the Starkmanir. The Starkmanir tribe, actually, hold on. So the Starkmanir tribe, during the Minmatar rebellion, the Starkmanir is one of the oldest Minmatar tribe, and their access to abundant, readily available resources meant that they were traditionally the largest as well. Despite this, due to the combined factors of the Starkmanir resettling on a planet subsequently destroyed, and Amarr tendency to eradicate the culture of the people it conquers, less is known of the Starkmanir society than any other tribe. Starkmanir origins of the vast, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, plains of the Matar equatorial region is plainly visible even today in their almond-shaped eyes. Beyond that, they appear very much like slightly smaller, darker Brutor, and it's possible that this trait allowed the Nephintar to successfully hide. The The Amarr slave raids against the Minmatar largely bypassed Starkmere Prime until the Amarr invasion and occupation of Matar had been completed. During this intervening century or so, the Amarr raided Matar. Many of the relatively few Starkmere that had stayed behind on Matar took what transport they could find to Starkman Prime. Isolated groups of Starkmere remained on Matar, but almost all of the tribe were on a new home world when the Amarr decided to invade Arzad's system and enslave the inhabitants. The Imperial Navy invasion forces were met with little resistances by the ill-prepared Starkmere. Aside from their peaceful nature, the Starkmere economy had been destabilized by refugees from all of the Matari worlds and was incapable of effectively supporting the defense of the planet. The relative ease in which the Starkman Prime had been taken with the clearly pacifistic nature of the Starkmere led many to the Amarr believe that the tribe would be more receptive to assimilation into the Amarr faithful than the more unruly tribes of the Matar. Indeed, the Amarr came to believe that the Starkman resistance, such as it was, had been stirred up by refugees and rebels of the other tribe. This was not entirely true, but the idea had led some Amarr to consider that a gentler approach could work with the Starkmanere. The Amarr also appeared to have considered Starkmanere a very handsome people, and quite likely, given the Amarr cultural concepts, that this influenced them to look favorably on the tribe. However, for a time, the Starkmanere did adjust themselves peacefully to Amarr rule and the Amarr faith in great numbers. This initially pleased the Amarr, but their religious authorities became concerned over time that the Starkmanere were practicing a heretical version of the religion. Expression of the Starkmanere interpretation of their faith was ordered, and the liberal Amarr holder, Arzad Hamri, was executed and replaced by the orthodox Archon Ardashapur, the royal heir of the Amarr Empire. The Starkmanere reaction to these events, but Ardashapur's name will come up again. The Starkmanere reaction of these events were surprising as it was passionate. Rising up in a rebellion, the Starkmanere killed Archon Ardashapur and caused chaos across the planet. The Amarr were shocked that the Starkmanere, seemingly the most promising and devoted converts to the Minmatar, could carry out such acts, and Archon's son Idanis responded by ordering the sustained orbital bombardment of Starkman Prime. The devastating rain of Takian siege laser fire reduced the temperate colony world to a barren wasteland. The Starkmanere living on the planet were annihilated, the entire tribe paying the ultimate price for rebellion. The annihilation of the Starkmanere arguably lit the fuse leading to the Great Rebellion 250 years later. The Amarr were at pains to the point of Starkman Prime as a demonstration of the fate of the rebels. The Minmatar were no longer in any doubt that they would have to fight if they ever hoped to have their freedom, and Starkmanere were considered lost for centuries till the discovery of a surviving population hidden on Haltzarzan, a planet in the Amatar Mandate. So, basically, the idea was that as the Minmatar were being enslaved, the Starkmanere were one of the earliest groups to kind of outright rebel against the Amarr, and they paid the ultimate price. And the Amarr attempted to eradicate the entire clan. Okay, what once was the biggest, most populous clan, now thought to be extinct. However, there is another group of the Minmatar that is known as the Nephintir, and the Nephintir really played fine with the Minmatar. Hold on. The Nephintar is one of the 7 tribes. So the Nephintar, when the Amarr slave raiders first arrived on the Day of Darkness, the Nephintar were very vigorous as any of the other tribes in attempting to fight back. But in the aftermath of the first crushing defeat, reality set in. As one of the largest tribes, the Nephintar had been hit hard by the raids, and their leadership debated leaving Matar for the colony world of Hajoramold. In the end, the Nephintar chief decided against this move, despite strong support for it amongst influential families and clan leaders. Debate aftermath led a bitter division within the tribe. The acrimony would lead many of the most powerful members of the Nephintar tribe to look for protection of their own families at the expense of others. When the next time the Amarr raiders came to Matar, they encountered no resistance in the areas controlled by certain Nephintar families. The Amarr quickly understood that these members of the Nephintar elite were willing to work with them in exchange for immunity from the raids for their own families. So the Nephintar were seen as basically betraying the Minmatar people. So when the Matari were being enslaved by the Minmatar, and the Minmatar were kind of trying to fight back, the Nephintar did not fight back, and they get kind of subsumed into the Amarr Empire, and they get renamed the Ammatar. Safely on Hajoramul, the Nephilim leadership adopted the Amarrian faith and pledged allegiance to the Amarr Empire. The Emperor Damis III was so impressed he bestowed special privileges on the Nephilim and spoke of them as Ammatar, an acknowledgement of their loyalty. The Nephilim, as the Ammatar, enjoyed a very privileged relationship with their Amarr rulers and considerable autonomy. Safely on Hajoramul, the Nephilim leadership adopted the Amarr faith and pledged their allegiance to the Amarr Empire. A great purge was begun of any Minmatar. As every Minmatar not of their tribe was enslaved, the Nephilim willingly abandoned great numbers of their traditions, claiming that they've progressed beyond old social structures of the Minmatar tribes, and so impressed Damis III that it's granted considerable autonomy. Wait. Is that just a straight up repeat? Okay, well, whatever. So for a long time, the Ammatar were seen as just outright traitors to the Minmatar, right? That they, when the time came, they were like, you know, hey, I want to be part of you guys. And then, so like, you know, the Matari get enslaved by the Amarr. They are enslaved for several hundred years. And then the events of the Great Rebellion happens, with you know, the events of Theodicy, the Amarr attack, the Jovians get beat up by that, and then the Gallente help the Minmatar perform the rebellion, which is seen by this moment, where the Kumak, which is a religious scepter of the Amarrian people, a Minmatar slave managed to get his hands on a Kumak and does this.
But we fought back. We rose as brothers and sisters, seizing victory from the vile chains we broke. And today we stand. We stand as the 7 tribes of Matar. We stand as Minmatar.
This video still gives me chills every single time. Okay, so the Minmatar rebellion occurs. The Minmatar managed to, a large percentage of the Minmatar managed to escape from Amarrian rule and form their own republic with the help of the Gallente. And, you know, this, among everything else, is kind of like what leads to eventually the Jovians getting everybody to sit down and come to peace, which is the formation of Concord, et cetera, et cetera. But the Minmatar, being the youngest of the empires, have always kind of had the largest struggle. And so the Minmatar government has had a huge struggle in maintaining control over their own people. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is that over half of the Minmatar race is still enslaved by the Amarr. And so the Minmatar leadership, the Minmatar government, has kind of 2 major challenges. One is to be a functional government for this, for this newly kind of formed or reformed society. And in this, they really struggled to do so, mostly because, partially because, the Gallente are attempting to influencing them to become more democratic, whereas, the Minmatar themselves want to be more tribal, and in fact, that over time they've pushed more towards a traditional tribal system, as opposed to the Gallente democratic system that kind of was imposed upon them. But for example, around that same time in 2008, they had become so kind of ineffective as a government body that in the system of Skarkon, the Angel Cartel had actually taken over, and the people in Skarkon had actually opted to become part of this Angel Cartel instead of the Minmatar Republic, and they'd shut off their stargates. They were trying to cut out the Minmatar and all that stuff. And this is one of those early moments. So they were highly destabilized. And the other thing that led them to be very weak as far as the government goes is there's this question of what do we do We exist as this. We are the free people of the Matar. Concord exists in order to prevent further ongoing warfare between these main empires. But the prevention of that warfare is actually maintaining the status quo. And maintaining the status quo for the Matar means allowing 60% of your population to remain enslaved by another member corporation within Concord. So Concord is actually helping preserve the enslavement of the Minmatar people, even though the Minmatar themselves are a member corporation of the Minmatar, right? Karen Midgelar, who was the head of the Minmatar at the time, was very much on the side of let's figure this out, right? Let's work things together. Let's find a peaceful solution for things. And so while that kind of helped bring some stability to stuff, it did upset the Minmatar in the fact that she was basically abandoning the people who were still enslaved by the Minmatar because she's too focused on, you know, resolving peace and appeasement with the Amarr Empire, right? This is this criticism is all kind of highlighted by, as I said, Kaiten Yun going in front of Concord and calling them out for this hypocrisy before basically getting yelled at by the Amarr delegate and leaving. So then he gets pulled aside by some people, and he gets shown that there is a secret project. As it turns out, the elders of the Minmatar, thought to be dead, are allegedly alive. And not only are they alive, but they've been secretly working with the Thucker in order to basically shunt money away from the Republic fleet, the Minmatar Navy, in order to build a secret private navy filled with dreadnoughts and other such fun things, which then he goes and threatens the Concord. That's like, hey, like, so once this fleet is happening, the other thing that the elders reveal to Kaiten Yun is not only do they have this massive fleet, but there is a singular purpose for this fleet, a main purpose for this fleet, which is that the lost tribe of the Starkmanir, thought to be dead, was actually still alive, and largely there's a small population of Starkmanir still alive, and this is largely because the Nephintar, now the Amatar, thought to be traitors to the Minmatar Republic, or the Minmatar people, had actually used their position as like trusted members within the Amarr to hide the remaining Starkmanir. So now the relationship between the Amatar and the Nephintar and the Minmatar Republic are very much strained. In fact, after this happens, a lot of Nephintar return to the Minmatar Republic from the Amatar, as well as the Starkmanir. So as we showed last time, you know, they go and blow up the Concord structure in order to take down the Concord network, and then they attack deep into Amarr territory, into Sorum Prime. That's where Jamil Sorum blows up that same fleet, that Elder fleet. That's the fleet that Jamil destroys with the super weapon, but not before they rescue the Nephintar. So that is kind of where the Amatar kind of come from. You know, they are the Minmatar that sided with the Amarr, but at least in part they sided with the Amarr due to attempting to hide the Nephintar. Okay, so that's where we're at here, and that leads us to kind of where we are now, which is Tanu 2. Tanu, the planet of Tanu, or the system of Tanu, is the capital system of the Amatar Mandate. And for what's there's only 1 or 3 strike groups with the others sent. The other 2 were in Amatar space. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. So The strike group that got blown up by Jamil was just one of the 3 strike groups. The other 2 were the ones that rescued the Nephilim. That's how come they managed to do both at the same. They both managed to get blown up and whatever. But that main strike group was designed to strike deep into Amarr space. Sauron Prime is adjacent to Amarr Prime, so yeah, it was a huge threat either way. So now that leads us to me not being able to find. Here we go. Where is it? Hold on. Okay, so now we're going to have to jump topics slightly to September of YC108. So in 2006, probably not talked about because it's not really that relevant, but I bet they were hiding a small group of each of the other tribes in case any of the tribes got wiped out. I mean, it's possible, but I mean, like, the whole thing about them rescuing or like holding and protecting the Nephilim, or the Nephilim protecting the Starkmanir, was a big note in how the Nephilim have been more or less attempted to be kind of redeemed. Here we go. Late in the year YC110, the secret of the Ammatar leadership had been keeping was exposed to the whole cluster when the Sisters of Eve announced the discovery of a large population of Starkmanir living within the Mandate. Unfortunately, the Nephilim conspiracy controlled the Mandate through the governorship of Anna Ultulf and was able to delay repercussions until the Elder Fleet invaded the Mandate and recovered the Starkmanir. While the Elder Fleet carried out its coordinated attacks designated to liberate the Starkmanir, Ammatar Consulate Governor Anna Ultulf encouraged their people to go with them. The Nephilim conspirators and their families led a mass defection of many Ammatar back to the Ammatar Republic at the same time. Not only slaves and commoners, but slave owners and members of the Ammatar Navy defected. In fact, it was the Ammatar Navy defectors who first provided a clue to what was happening when they altered their ship's transponder signals to identify themselves as the Nephilim tribe vessels. With some of the slaves freed, Jamal Saram proclamation returning to the Republic along with the Starkmanir Thucker and Nephilim, it was the Nephilim who seemed to be getting the shortest end of the stick. The ancestral lands of the Thucker and Starkmanir on Matar had been held in trust, but no such accommodations had been made for the Nephilim. Court cases and other land disputes, along with rising religious tensions, have made it difficult for Nephilim refugees, some of whom have left relatively opulent lives and positions of power within the Mandate. Today, the Nephilim tribe has been restored as one of the 7 tribes of the Mimitar. Even while many of their bloodline remain loyal to the Amarr Empire, the Nephilim chose Elika Valkanir as their chief in YC 115. Valkanir is an interesting name. Did the Ammatar know about the Nephintars from the beginning, or was it lucky happenstance that they discovered the Nephintar after they're willingly enslaved? Yeah. After the Great Rebellion, the Nephilim, now almost universally known as the Ammatar, retreated from the Mimitar worlds to their Amarr masters. Uncertain of whether or not the Mimitar rebels would ultimately survive, the Nephilim conspirators took their Starkmanir charges with them and settled on one of the worlds under their control in the new buffer state. So yeah, basically, as the Starkmanir, here we go. Actually, here's the pieces to it, I think. Dismantling monuments and relics, the Nephilim packed up and, avoiding the jump gates, snuck them out of the system along with the remnants of the Starkmanir tribe. So no, the Nephilim actively attempted to protect. Basically, when the Starkmanir remember, they wiped out the Starkmanir by orbitally bombarding their main planet. So when they were attempting to hunt down and destroy any of the remaining of them, the Nephilim basically brought in some of the Starkmanir and pretended like they were their own. And so in that sense, protected them from the Great Purge. And so the Nephilim from the very, very beginning of the rebellion had been actively protecting the Starkmanir from from detection, right? Actually, here we go. Even so, the Nephthar were as shocked as anyone by the annihilation of Starkman Prime, perhaps even more so. The Starkmanir, after all, having been almost as privileged as the Nephthar, and the two tribes have maintained links even after their respective migrations away from Matar, some of the Nephthar elites had become convinced that a great crime had been carried out and was determined to save what was left of the Starkmanir. From this time on, the Nephthar families covertly gathered to them as many Starkmanir as they could, and under the guise of establishing slave colonies, placed them in areas controlled by the Nephthar. Papers were forged and much strong arming and coercion were used as the Nephthar acquired a great number of Starkmanir slaves, hiding them in plain sight on their holdings. The Nephthar would later claim the protection of the Starkmanir as their primary motivation for siding with the Amarr during the Minmatar Rebellion. So this is the, again, was a significant attempt to redeem the Nephthar, to be like, hey, there's a reason why we did this. And so remember, both the Nephthar and the Starkmanir were relatively friendly with the Amarr, but the Starkmanir of the two, like the Starkmanir got a little uppity and then got completely wiped out, which, I mean, obviously, if you're a Nephthar and you're already like one foot into the, well, we're working with the Amarr side of things, seeing that, I'm sure, helped solidify. It was like, well, we don't want that to happen to us. And at the same time, it gave them an opportunity, a unique opportunity, to kind of save what was left of the Starkmanir tribe. So that's how that worked out. Okay. So that leads us to we're actually going to go back in time a little bit to just for a short period of time. In 2006, so 2 years prior to the Minmatar Rebellion, 2 years prior to the Empyrean Age event, so prior to the Elder attack, we have the theft by the Defiance of a Minmatar Republic supercarrier was serious enough in September that Serpentis Corporation emulated the act. Hold on, blah, 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 blah. The theft of capitals, blah, 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 blah. Rescue ships were finally able to land on the devastated surface of Richard 5. Wait, hold on. When did that happen? Did they mention Richard 5 earlier in this? Hold on. Yeah. So in February, okay, the Serpentis Corporation stepped up its operations despite the loss of carrier into independent capsuleers in Delve, and February was clearly aiming to taking control of Outer Ring excavations. So this is as Serpentis is kind of taking over Outer Ring's excavations, which, as we know, they were like, they kind of did a hostile takeover and secretly owned a controlling stake of Outer Ring's excavations until Upwell was formed. So, however, the month was dominated by the Richard 5 disaster, an explosion in the atmosphere of the planet that devastated the entire surface. Concord's analysis of the system scanners showed a capital-class vessel was in low orbit moments before the explosion, and speculation was rife as to the possibility of this new weapon system that had been tested on the ill-found planet. Concern over the disaster itself turned to outrage when a relief convoy organized by the Servant Sisters of Eve was set upon by capsuleers of the Iron Alliance. A running battle between the convoy of Mortis Legion escorts and the Capsuleer Raiders ensued, with damage to the SOE freighter, possibly resulting in the destruction by critical drive malfunction in the Richard system. Others claim the freighter had been sabotaged, raising disturbing questions given its mission of mercy. So then, rescue ships were finally able to land on the devastated surface of Richard 5, 7 months after the disaster that struck the planet. As the megastorms that have continually swept through the atmosphere abated, led by the Serpent Sisters of Eve, the rescue teams were able to discover around 2,000 survivors sheltering in deep caves. Investigators also announced progress in determining the cause of the disaster. Deep analysis of scanning telemetry was able to confirm the presence of a low orbit of an Avatar-class Titan moments before the explosion that blasted the planet. The nature of this explosion and residual energy readings confirm that it had in all likelihood been the detonation of a Judgment Doomsday weapon, as carried by avatars. Unfortunately, it has been proved impossible to track the capital ship due to a large number of open sinusoidal fields in New Eden Cluster at the time of the disaster. Okay, so basically, in the system of Rashard, a Titan goes into the atmosphere and then ignites its Doomsday. Now, back in this time, Doomsdays were AoE weapons, not targeted weapons. So they're just like the biggest freaking smart bomb you could possibly think of. So this happens in 2008, YC108. So this is 2006. And that kind of fades into the background. Obviously, the events of the Empyrean Age events and, you know, the Elder Fleet and all that stuff kind of, and then the subsequent Apocrypha event, the emergent of the wormholes, etc. You know, time kind of this little attack from the Dreads kind of, from the Titan ends up kind of fading into the background of just a bunch of crazy stuff that's been happening. So that brings us to a character. We're going to jump forward now to one of the leading, I guess, outspoken enemies of the Amatar holders, or the Amatar, Chakade. So in 2018, YC120, we see a series of attacks, chemical attacks, on the Amarr and Khanid systems. Now, this is not the first time that these attacks have been kind of done. There actually was a chemical attack very similar to this using Inserum by the Blood Raiders years back. But we see, like, basically there's a bunch of, so there is some Intaki who, hold on. Yeah, there is some Intaki people. Oh, shoot, hold on. I got a phone call. And we're back. Hello, chair. Yes. Yeah, Malin is Chitin Yoon's bodyguard. That's true. And she's actually a character from she's also in Eve Galaxy Conquest because of that. Either way. So Amarr was targeted by these different attacks. Basically, is this even, yeah. Is this, one of the big causes of this series of attacks appears to have been the Intaki, which is one of the Gallente groups, obviously. So the Intaki had, actually, hold on. Let me see. I have Chakade here, but let me, real quick. I go to my lore portal, go to events. I think we have the Lost Adama, right? Yeah. Here we go. Okay, so in August, we have the Intaki claim this lost Idama is discovered within the Khanid Kingdom. So an Idama is a religious leader within the Intaki. So the Intaki are actually a really interesting group of people because they believe in reincarnation. So they actually have technology that allows them to basically project their consciousness into a child or like a baby or whatever. And this is a kind of a controversial thing within the Intaki. They're called the Reborn. But so like using technology, the Intaki are allowed, or, you know, have this kind of rebirthing process. However, it is believed that the Idama are able to do this without technology. Again, there's a lot of little mystical things within the universe that may or may not be true. But the idea is that the Idama can actually be reincarnated, very much like the Dalai Lama of the real world, like that kind of concept, right? So there's this process in order to discover an Adama once they've been reincarnated. And the lead, this particular Idama, which I think has the name here. Yeah, the Adama whose Intaki are held to have been reborn without the assistance of technology are few. Allegedly, as little as 500 are present in the cluster, according to claims made by the elements of the Ida faith. The story they tell is that in YC99, a senior Adama on Intaki Prime died from health complications associated with natural aging. Prior to her death, the Adama left a letter explaining that she intended to be reborn in a distant land far from Intaki Prime, supposedly in order to learn the plight of those beyond the Federation's borders. So for years, since YC199, they did not know where this Adama was. And then in YC120, they say that they've discovered this person. So Weferon Erladis, a monk from the Ida Monastery in Intaki Prime, claims to have found the lost Adama while traveling aboard the Sivan constellation. Erladis discovered an Intaki slave named Eloia Nwaro early last month aboard the Pure Faith's Harvest, a cruiser owned by Sabaran Atzil Kufail of Vezila in the Kana Kingdom. He claims that Nwaro has several characteristics that confirm this extraordinary theory. Erladis intended to purchase Nwaro from Sabaran Kufail upon his discovery. However, Lord Kufail refuses to sell Nwaro to Elrond, stating that the Ida monk is obviously mistaken. Erladis is now claiming that Lord Kufail acquired the slave illegally, citing lack of transportation or punitive records. Lord Kufail has denied these allegations in the strongest terms and accuses the monk of illegal missionary work on behalf of foreign religious colonizers. So, this moment of tension or whatever happens, and immediately after that, we start to see these attacks. 20 fatalities and poisoning incident aboard Ren Station, weaponized psychoactive suspected. So these attacks are happening not only in Minmatar area, but actually it also happened in Ren's, which is Minmatar space. Minmatar authorities have reported at least 20 fatalities in the Kaihu civilian habitat sector of the Brutor tribe treasury station, orbiting Moon 8, Ren's 6. Sector security has declared a quarantine of the Kaihu habitation amid claims that a psychoactive gas was responsible for mass panic attacks, hallucinogenic episodes, and the reported deaths. A late-breaking report from a source in the Republic Justice Department claims that members of the Amatar consulate staff aboard the station has been detained. The Scope's source has told us that an Amatar diplomat staff are assisting the RSS with investigative response. The RSS has not responded to requests to confirm or deny this latest report from the scene. So the Amatar were present there and kind of get loosely connected to those attacks. But then they get more serious. Amarr and Khanid Holdings attacked in chemical and viral bombing incidents. Amarr security forces have reportedly thwarted a terrorist chemical attack on the Noble Estates along the coast of the Jagenok region of the Oris in the Amarr system today. In a possible related incident, the Scope has also learned of a viral weapon strike carried out on the Khanid Royal Ulan's cloning facility located in Vest Sephiris region in Zershem 5 yesterday. Let's see, was there anything? The Scope is provided with telemetry showing transcripts from both the Order of St. Tetramon and the paramilitary Red and Silver Hand corporations in transit to the surface only hours before the attack took place. Neither organization has commented. The Scope understands that Lady Shirin Varas and her large family are currently away from the estate in an extended tour of pilgrimage around the Amarr Empire's holy sites. Today's attack on Oris, followed by viral weapon strike carried out on Zersim 5 of the Kana Kingdom, reportedly from the Vest Sephiris region of the planet, is restricted due to a security lockdown, but the Scope has established that yesterday's assault on the Kana military cloning facility succeeded in contaminating a large number of clone banks and genetic material stocks. Okay. In the Demacy of Subbarony of Ves Sephiris, the 19 Royal Ulans cloning facility is understood to have included a clone of their commanding colonel, General Sabarin Alar Chakade. That's a name that we're going to be talking about a lot. In its storage banks, together with a genetic repository of the regiment's horse stocks. While the viral strike appears to have succeeded in its goals, it is reported that at least one squad attacking commandos was killed and the bodies in the hands of the Khanid forces. When contacted for comment today, Sabarin Chakade issued the following statement, quote, Mimitar terrorists attacked a facility containing a surplus genetic materials and clone banks held in readiness for the use of the 19th Royal Ulans. Regrettably, no doubt, with the help of these traitors, they succeeded. We were able to eliminate some of these rebel filth, however, and their corpses will be put on display, reminding all that threaten from these scum and their treacherous allies. Naturally, our brothers in the other realms of the the Amarr Empire were alerted to this threat, and it would seem that these insane terrorists harbored hatred for our innocent animals, as well as our good true Amarr and Khanid nobility. I am very glad that House Varaz avoided tragedy due to our warnings. Now the task must be to root out the corruption within the Empire and the Kingdom. The incidents in Rennes recently was clearly a case of terrorists accidentally killing themselves with their own vile weapons. An interesting claim. If Amatar elements were involved, as may be the case, then we must take severe actions. House Artichoper grossly lenient handling the Amatar since the treachery 10 years ago must be corrected, and the lesser races removed from positions where they can damage the glory and destiny of Amarr. Meanwhile, the confirmed death toll, so basically, Chakade blames the Amatar, partially because of the Rennes attack. And he just always has this chip on his shoulder about the Amatar. That leads to the biggest attack in this series. Kaha casualties in the millions. Deathglow drug linked to attacks. Queen Zidarez injured but safe. Many millions of casualties are reported on Kaha 3, as well as planets within the Kaha system, following a series of chemical weapons attacks, widespread slave results, and pacification actions by Khanid forces. Chemical attack weapons were carried out 2 days ago across several planets in the Kaha system. The weaponized chemicals were reported to have been analyzed and incorporated the drug Deathglow, a hallucinogenic derivative of the rare mineral chronodynamic tricarboxyls, and their mutagenic booster Inserum. The later is known to neutralize the effects of Vitoxin used to pacify and control slaves in the Amarr Empire. Okay, so just a little bit of explanation here. So basically, one of the big ways that the Amarr control their Mimitar slaves is through the use of a special chemical called Vitox, which is actually this like evolutionary, like ever-changing drug that causes absolute resistance, or like the drug itself's effects is like not the point. The point of it is that it basically becomes physically addictive instantly to the point where withdrawal is fatal. So now the Mimitar who have been, injected with Inserum are now dependent on Vitox. Are now dependent on their Amarian leaders to continue to give them Vitox in order for them to continue to live. So if we go back to that Empyrean Age attack, and we remember there was that Nyx supercarrier that was crashing into the station. That was a station. They were currently doing peace talks between the Caldari and Galente at the time, and so that disrupted those kind of peace talks. But at the same time, it also killed the head of Ishikone. And this is important because Ishikone was one of the main people that were working on Inserum. Inserum was the big thing that this whole, like a lot of the Empyrean Age was about, because between Ishikone and some of the Galente people and whatnot, they developed this synthetic version of Inserum, of Vitox. So now they can give people Inserum as a way of protecting them from the fatal effects of Vitox withdrawal, right? So this is a big piece of like helping free the Mimitar, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, the Amarr were very interested in preventing this from happening, which is what leads the broker to attempt to stop the production of Inserum and the invention of Inserum, which ultimately, like, his highest attempt of this is, of course, smashing the Nyx into the station to kill the head of the CEO of Ishikone. But Inserum did get produced, and this, moved on. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the Blood Raiders had previously attacked various colonies with Inserum as a way of, like, causing rebellions. But now they've invented, we've discovered this material known as chronodynamic tricarboxyls. So this goes back to kind of the sales and all that stuff we were talking about. So cerebral accelerators, the things that make it so that you can get your skill points faster, is actually made from chronodynamic tricarboxyls. There was a period of time, including when this video, or when this was posted, we see here, this is during this was during October, which means this was during the Crimson Harvest event. And this was when, like, so the Crimson Harvest event was the very first event that introduced skill accelerators. And then in this year, what they tried to do was they tried to change how it works. So, like, before, skill accelerators would just drop in the Crimson Harvest sites, and these became the big prize in a lot of Crimson Harvest sites. And then later on, in order to try to make the game, like, make it a little bit more complicated, they added special rocks, which is actually why you can still, in these Crimson Harvest sites, you can still find the big oh man, I can't remember the name of the rock, but there's a new special type of rock that only appears in those sites. And they actually did also have them in the winter event. There was a few events in a row that all had some sort of material that could reprocess into chronodynamic tricarboxyls. And that stuff was used to build skill accelerators. But this process of, like, forcing people to manufacture skill accelerators instead of just having them drop, like, became less popular. And so they stopped using that as a manufacturing thing. But it's still true that chronodynamic tricarboxyls were a major component of skill accelerators. But like most drugs in New Eden that we use as capsuleers, if it's used on humans, not, like on us pod pilots, us as clones, we our drugs are very, very potent, and so being used on a non-capsuleer can be devastating. So chronodynamic tricarboxyls, a chemical flux and strangely distorted material form produced by a subtle yet profound effects of the intermediate dead space environment. Chronodynamic tricarboxyls are principally obtained by mining and reprocessing certain rare ores to be found in dead space, such as weirdly glowing chthonic attar. That's the name of the ore. And amethytic crystalline asteroids. So this was the Halloween event ore, and this was the winter event ore of that year. Hey! Darja Belova says, loves the stream. 07 to you. Thanks for dropping by. With the increasing interest in useful properties of these compounds, other sources have been discovered, typically extreme and isolated space environments, blah, blah, blah. Chronodynamic tricarboxyls may be unstable, but they have many uses, including use as a catalytic material in synaptic acceleration implants and boosters. A darker use is the refinement of the strange material into Deathglow, a deeply mind-altering illegal booster that has recently found its way into the underground markets of New Eden. And so this is where it all kind of connects together, where there's Deathglow, right? Deathglow, top-grade Deathglow. Chronodynamic tricarboxyls may be unstable, but they have many uses, including use as a catalytic mineral in a synthetic accelerant implants and boosters. A darker use is the refinement of the strange material into Deathglow, a deeply mind-altering illegal booster that has been recently found its way into underground markets in New Eden. This particular batch of Deathglow is top-grade stuff and is likely intended for shipment to the Galente black market in exotic boosters, or perhaps as ordered by the Verukyor shamans keen to try a new method of contacting the world's spirits. The Deathglow hunters don't seem to keep customer records around. The Deathglow hunters, there's a whole series of Deathglow hunter skins tied to the Crimson Harvest event. The Deathglow hunters are a subgroup of, most of the time, of the Blood Raiders, but there has actually been a lot of connections between Deathglow, the Deathglow hunters, and the Intaki. Okay, so that brings us back to our story, where now the Deathglow drug has been mixed with the Inserum drug to cause massive revolts on certain populations, most notably in the Kaha system, which we actually will, I believe after this story, if we can, we're going to be heading to Kaha from Tanu. So at this time, the Queen of Khanid did disappear, like was missing, although later on it was discovered that she was fine. But let's see. The Minmatar Republican Thucker tribe had large formal protests with the Khanid kingdom at the... Oh, yeah. So the whole thing about this was that the Amarr's or the Khanid's response to this uprising, right? So this attack happens. There's these big rebellions, and the Khanids are extremely brutal in their response. Kaha 3 is under tight quarantine as Khanid ground forces, including the notorious 7th Asbara and the 19th Royal Ulans, which remember, that's Chuckade, are carrying out a pacification action aimed at quelling multiple slave revolts on the surface. Sources from the Republic Security Services allege that a wholesale slaughter is going on, with millions being corralled into the slave ghettos and subjugated to artillery fire by suborbital bombardment. So they basically respond by just killing everyone. The Amarr Imperial Chancellor Office issues a statement. Terrorist attack on the Amarr Empire will be met with the full might of the Imperial military. Whosoever has perpetrated them and wherever the terrorists are harbored, the Ministry of Internal Order has determined that the recent attack on the Imperial planet of Oris is linked to the attacks on the Khanid Kingdom. The weapon bore similar chemical signatures, and the perpetrators appear to be cultists and drug gangs associated with the Blood Raider Covenant heresy. They will be found and they will be crushed. Khanid what the fuck is that word? Plenipotentiary? I gotta look up what the hell that word means. A person, especially a diplomat, invested with the full power of independent action on behalf of the government, typically within a foreign country. Hold on.
Plenipotentiary.
Oh, that was loud. Sorry about that. But that is the word. Plenipotentiary. Representative Sabaran Alar Chakade, speaking from the surface of Kaha 3, also issued a statement, quote, "We thank the Lord for the deliverance of our queen from the unspeakable evil of Minmatar terrorists and Amatar blood cultist traitors." So again, he's very strong on making sure that Amatar get, accused here. While we have forcibly removed several million slaves from their illegal occupation of Khanid Kingdom property, the process of removal continues elsewhere. Additionally, we can now show that the earlier terrorist attack on Zersim was carried out by the Order of Amatar blood cultists working hand-in-hand with Minmatar terrorists. After autopsy, it is clear several rebel operatives were killed, addicts of this vile deathglow drug, and the viral attacks included components of the Inserum mutagen. We consider a link established and have passed the evidence to the Theology Council courts. In related events, the agency capsular contracting organization yesterday began offering work to freelancers involving assaults on deathglow harvesting and refining operations sponsored by the Blood Raider Covenant. So, and then but the reason why this is kind of important, right. So 2 days later, we get raid on Khanid slave ship fails to free Lost Adama. Vizila, Khanid Kingdom, Intaki extremists assaulted the cruiser Pure Faith Harvest belonging to Sabaran Atza Kufail earlier today, apparently in hopes of freeing slaves to be the Lost Adama. 3 frigates carrying the extremists intercepted the cruiser as it was in transit point in the Gihi Stargate in the Royal Khanid Navy Assembly Plant above Vizila 4. After a brief firefight, the attackers managed to disable and board the vessel where it called for help from local Khanid Navy forces. Reports indicated that there was a bloody skirmish between the ship's crew and the attackers that resulted in the eventual retreat of the Intaki, who fled the scene when the Royal Navy arrived and destroyed one of the 3 frigates that they had used in the assault. Pure Faith's Harvest, reportedly the very same vessel on which Wafnegqui Erladis, the monk of the Ida monasteries in Intaki Prime, claimed to have discovered the Lost Adama to be a slave, Loya Nwaro over a month ago. The goal of this extremist appeared to have been kidnap Nwaro and return her to Intaki Prime in accordance with the desires of the Ida leadership and the Intaki Assembly. The spokesperson for the Ida monasteries expressed horror at the violence that has been committed in the name of the Intaki Way and claimed that extremists acted on their own and are no way associated with the Ida leadership. Sabarin Kufail has reportedly referred to the Ida leadership as militant heathens, saying that their attempt to hide the involvement showers them in guilt. No evidence has been brought forward to prove Ida involvement in the incident. A spokesman for the Intaki extremists who identified themselves with Adama and Waro Reparation Front named for the purported Adama herself, reached out to the scope for the statement concerning their actions. Quote, the complacent nature of the society towards slavery has been a blight on humanity, both hypocritical and malign in nature. The bondage of the masses goes against the basic tenets of a free society. Those who enjoy these freedoms while calling for those who fight it extremists and terrorists allow people like slaver Kufail to prosper. These massacres in Kaha force our hand. We will not pause when our kinsmen and other are denied their right of freedom and murdered for demanding it. We will strike down those responsible for and use them as an example. The Royal Khanid Navy has stated that any and all attacks by Intaki extremists will be dealt with as piracy and met with the sternest possible measures. Breaking report, sources on Kaldari Prime claimed that Khanid Royal Commodore Ares Nomaria has met with representatives of the entire Direct Action and Anikonobo Brigade PMCs with a view of securing their services for counter-terrorist operations. And this leads to the attack on Intaki and some other pieces to that, but for now, I think, yeah. Tensions escalate between Concord powers yesterday, and Republican Federation delegates threatened the Amarr Empire with sanctions or worse in the crisis the Kaha system during a special session of the Inner Circle. Special Representative Kaitan Yun and the Ambassador Devin Malatate of the Republican Federation delegates to Concord Inner Circles issued a joint statement condemning the Khanid Kingdom over his handling of the uprisings and called for a cessation of hostilities in the Kaha system in order to work out a diplomatic solution. Blah, blah, blah. So this is bad. You're bad for doing all this, for like killing everybody. The station attack, Special Representative Yoon noted that the breaches of the UI Convention and EMWPA already Emergency Militia War Powers Act. This was the event that created faction warfare, basically. Already occur in high security space, claiming Concord turns a blind eye to such incidents. Yoon also accused the Khanid Kingdom of sponsoring the attack on the Rensbruder tribe station on 6/8 and October 8th. The station attack, like Kaha, made use of a chemical agent now being identified as Deathglow. Yoon further claimed that a Khanid holder currently participating in the Kaha massacres is a suspect in investigations surrounding the attack on the Ren Station 6/8. Also noted standing indications of Khanid Blood Raider ties. So this is where things get kind of interesting, where basically, so Chakade is accusing the Amatar of working with the Blood Raiders and potentially the Intaki to cause these attacks. But the Mimitar are making accusations that Chakade himself is actually behind a lot of this stuff, and that he has indicated that he has connections with the Blood Raiders himself. Now, this is kind of interesting. Hold on. The Khanid Kingdom of the Empire is a victim of an attack orchestrated by blood cultists, and his forces are engaged in a necessary military action to put down internal rebellion. Any provocation by external parties can only inflame and prolong the conflict. They are engaged in transparent attempts to escalate tensions and turn public opinion against the Amarr Empire, all while covertly supplying the rebels with weapons. All right, and then the Queen says that the pacification is successful. The Khanid forces has eliminated all remaining rebel strongholds, and there's no longer a significant threat. Quote, the men and women on the ground handled the pacification campaign with expertise and finesse. Despite an exaggerated claims of foreign agitators seeking to profit from the situation, casualties on the surface have been kept to a minimum, 300,000, perhaps fewer. While that's somewhat higher than the Mabian toll, it should be noted that on occasion, the Blood Raiders launched their attack into several planets at once. Their new weapon was also even more disruptive and rather deadly to our workforce. Mabian 1 is the planet in the Amarr Empire's throne world, so it was the site of a similar Blood Raider attack in YC127. So that's that previous Insurum attack that did not include Deathglow, obviously. The attack, resulting riots and military clampdown, claimed an estimate 100,000 lives. So this is 300,000 versus 100,000. The scope was unable to verify her claims. Claimed casualty numbers. The Kana Kingdom is notoriously secretive about its total slave population, though the claims of lax practices and has restricted reporting of the situation, making it difficult to accurately assess the total numbers of casualties. Independent analysis from groups such as the Servant Sisters of Eve and University of Kali suggests far higher numbers, with an overall estimate of between 2 to 9 million people. These estimates include both slaves and free persons across all planets of the Kaha system. Our people are devoted. Kite Nyun says, our people are devoted and peaceful Kaha workers. We're not just waiting around for the opportunity to rebel. I think that's it for this note. There also was involving on, like, during this same time. Do we have it here? We're going to keep looking for it and see what I'll get there. Great caravans. So then we have on the 11/26. So that would be 14 days later. Mimitar Republic and Gallente Federation governments have now approved trade sanctions against the Amarr Empire in response for the Empire's holding of the recent violence in the Kaha system. President Jacques Rodin signing a complimentary Federation sanctions measures this morning. Quote, the Empire has long brutalized and massacred the oppressed under its rubric of pacification, said Samatar Maltu Shakur in his announcement of the Tribal Council's decision. Quote, these are not the actions of a civilized nation. Until the Empire ends its barbaric practices, we will not tolerate further efforts by the Empire to normalize its economic relationship with the rest of New Eden. When asked how the Republic would weather the loss of imperial trade, Shakur said, the Mimitar tribes are resurgent. The loss of Amarr trade, which was never a significant part of our economy, only opens the way for new investors and development of local Matari enterprises. The Amarr have always wanted people to think that we need them, but the truth is that we do not need and have never needed them. The sanctions aim to limit Imperial and Khanid access to Federal and Republic capital by freezing assets and implementing travel bans for select Amarr and Dark Amarr officials and holders. This is actually one of the earliest things that kind of starts to, this leads to the political realignment that happens around Uprising, where, you know, actually, sorry, I'm sorry, this is actually the opposite of that. Because remember, like, so at this point, the Gallente are putting sanctions on the Mimitar, or on the Amarr, and the Mimitar are attempting to, like, further denounce the Amarr people. Eventually, years later, the Mimitar managed to convince the Kaldari that the Amarr were spying on them and break up that deal. But about that same time, the Gallente actually regain political connections, or like economic connections with the Amarr, partially because of the threat of the Kaldari and the Mimitar working together. So that's where we get that realignment, where now it used to be in faction warfare that Gallente and Mimitar were allied and Kaldari and Amarr were allied. That got broken up during the Uprising events. And so a lot of these travel bans and trade deals, or trade and you know, sanctions and whatnot, were undone at that point. And now we're at a point of like higher trade between the Amarr and the Gallente. But either way, other individuals such as Zora's Son's CEO, Lady Zor, Kana Transport Director Animel, and Lord Kojafi of Tashmerkon, and Lords Alar Chakade and Soshan Faze were also involved in the pacification efforts in Kaha. Do we see Chakade's name again? The effect that the sanctions might have on the kingdom itself are unclear. Khanate Kingdom was able to recover from the Caldari Khanate recession of YC 108 to 111 thanks to the rebound of the Caldari economy and the negotiation of new trades with the Tashmerkon family, but its dependence on outside trade leaves it vulnerable. Yeah, Federal and Republic representatives have raised the possibility of imposing additional sanctions against Caldari corporations with ties to the kingdom, such as Lidai and Kalikeota corporations. Lidai Corporation, by the way, is the reason why Khanate ships mostly focuses on missiles, because they get their missile systems. See, they like Khanate and Tashmerkon both have deep ties to the Caldari state. Khanate in particular, because Lidai develops a lot of their missile systems and other systems for their ships. Empress Cadis I calls a special session of the Privy Council to discuss sanctions following the Federation Republic announcements. Imperial Court, blah, 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 blah. Okay, great. And then multiple terrorist attacks against the Amarr Empire as Privy Council meets. This is the next month, so December 11th. As the Amarr Empire Privy Council meets in special sessions today, a series of terrorist attacks were carried out on the Amarr worlds across the Empire. Reported attacks on Akabi 4, Dakba 4, Mabin 1, Semi 3, and Thebeka 3 have all confirmed by the scope, while Amarr sources indicate the mobilization of Ministry of Internal Order forces across the Empire. Imperial Navy forces are said to be on high alert, though no intrusion into Amarr space has been reported. While the situation of the planets have been attacked remain unclear, many believe these terror strikes to be another attempt to destabilize the Empire through chemical attacks aimed at providing slave rebellions such as those that took place in Kaha. Oh, hold on. There's a... Where is the burning? There's a moment. Hold on. I'm looking for... Yeah, speaking of this weekend, Royal Heir Arak of the Sorum family issues a call for renewed vigilance against the Blood Raiders and other Sandi Sabak heresies. Recent attacks have struck at the heart of the Empire. It is the complacency of these higher magnitude, complacency of the highest magnitude that we have allowed Sanist influences to return to levels preceding the purifications of the Bleak Lands. The Empire must immediately launch a full investigation into these attacks, and the full force of Holy Amarr must be brought upon anyone in the league with evil. Lord Sauron is also reportedly furious with the Khanate Kingdom, though it is unclear whether this is due to the Kaha massacre or the economic sanctions that they provided. Lord Turner Tashmerkon indicates that the incidents in Kaha were unfortunate, but the response was a logical reaction given problems with maintaining discipline over the kingdom's slave population in the face of terrorist attacks. However, quote, however, we now contend with attempts to bring economic pressure to bear on us from the Minmatar and the Glentai. I feel sure that the Empress will focus on the Council deliberations to correct the measure in response to misguided attempts to use interstellar diplomacy and economics to affect internal changes in a sovereign state. Lord Aram Ardashipur points to the 24th Imperial Crusade as an example of growing heretical influences. Quote, we live in a time of falsehoods and the light of the true faith grows dimmer every day. When Holy Amarr represents itself on the battlefield with unholy mercenaries who perform twisted blood sacrifices in our name, should we not expect that God turns his gaze from us? 24th Imperial Crusade is yeah, 24th Imperial Crusade is the Amarr militia, by the way. Corazor family was muted by comparison. Steward Ea Kema, who spoke on behalf of the royal heir, said to the Corazor family, laments the loss of life at the Kaha system and elsewhere, joined calls for an investigation of how large-scale attacks could have happened. Given developing situation in numerous Amarr worlds this evening, the position of the Corazor and the Sorum families were reinforced by observers of Empire politics, believe it was most certainly led by the Privy Council that recommend an enhancement of the Empire's internal security and military apparatus. So far, House Kador has remained notably tight-lipped, and the Khanate Kingdom has concerned itself with putting down a number of small uprisings in the system of Pallas, Ashmira, Danara, Gihi, and several other since the Kaha rebellion. And then the next day, Amarr Prime military and security forces of Amarr Empire has been responding to yesterday's series of terrorist attacks on 5 Amarr planets in the past 24 hours. Reports from the different locales indicate a variety of approaches in dealing with the aftermath of the attacks. Claims that the hallucinogenic death glow and immunogenic inserum boosters were used in the attacks appear to have been confirmed by some planetary authorities. Most seriously affected planets of Dakba 4 and Thebeka 3, both part of the Ardashpur family territories in the Domain region, has reportedly experienced a widespread rioting in areas with slave populations. Lord Tapur, a holder of Dakba, issued a statement condemning the terrorist attacks on one of the system's most populous planets, deplored by ensuing slave revolts. These attacks are vile blows to the order of the universe, but the metropolitan and continental holders of Dakba 4 will have to account for the collapse of the security situation. I am firm that proper moral guidance in the light of Holy Amarr will have prevented this kind of rebellion, regardless of the use of vile chemical weapons. On Thebeka 3, attacks were concentrated on slave districts across the continent of I don't even want to do that. With considerable violence ensuing in the aftermath. The holder of that place, Lord Kahil Numar, is reportedly missing with his niece, Governor Adila Numar, from Dam Sertine, coordinating with the response. The city of Dabara was reportedly be in flames, with Ministry of Internal Order troops exchanging fire and apparently well-armed rebel groups. The attack on the Imperial world of Mabin 1 is widely reported as having been thwarted by a combination of rapid security forces, environmental safeguards, and the high use of transcranial microcontrollers among the slave population in the domed and underground city of the planets, focusing its mining and manufacturing. Sources within the Imperial Civil Service believe the attack on Mabian 1 was largely symbolic, echoing the devastating June 107 attack by the Blood Raider Covenant on the planet. Success with the Amarr governments have built Mabian 1 with a view of preventing similar attacks, evidently with considerable success. The Corazor world of Semi 3 was also reported to have weathered an attack without experiencing large-scale disturbances. Well-placed sources on the court of Lord Antim Ogier of Semi attributes this to the extensive use of transcranial microcontrollers among the Semi 3 population. Given the reports from Mabian, the experimental evidence of the TCMC significantly reduces the impact of weaponized death glow would seem to be borne out. Transcranial microcontrollers, by the way, are created by Ishikone. The Sorum domain of Al-Kabis 4 was somewhat worse affected by the attacks, and significant rebel activity has been reported. Most cities of the planet have been quickly pacified by Sorum family police guards, but fighting the mineral extraction fields of the southern continental outback is ongoing. A battalion of Shining Flame Company mercenaries is believed to be accompanying the brigade, strengthened deployment by troops of the 1st Sorum Royal Army, with a view to, quote, crushing all resistance to the rule of House Sorum on Al-Kabasi 4, as the reported worlds of Lord Araxorum. The Imperial Privy Council continues to meet in Dom Torzad in Amarr Prime, but has made no official comment other than to issue orders of the in Council of the Amarr Navy, Imperial Navy, Ministry of Internal Order, Theology Council Paladins, and other Imperial security forces. Khanan Kingdom. Hold on, one more time. We're going.
Plenipotentiary.
Representatives saw Baron Elar Chakade was more forthcoming. Quote, "These evil attacks against Holy Amarr are plainly the works of Amatar terrorists in league with Mimitar rebels and terrorists. The brute mentality of the Mimitar have always been to bite the hand that feeds them. Whether that hand is filling their bellies or nourishing their souls, it is becoming clear that the current policies on slaveholdings, particularly in certain domains, are founded in deeply mistaken interpretations of scripture, of the reclaiming and the chosen, and even matters of economics. We in the kingdom naturally stand ready to assist our brothers in Holy Amarr in these matters." So once again, Chakade, while everybody else is like, okay, well, Blood Raiders, the Blood Raiders associated with Chakade, the Adama attacks, all these things going on, Chakade is very committed to making sure that we all hate the Amatar mandate thanks to this, right? Which is kind of a weird thing. And that, of course, leads to 4 months later, Mortis Legion holds large-scale exercises in Intaki. Mortis Legion has announced the intent to hold large series of exercises in Intaki and Luminaire system in the coming weeks. These exercises will involve a number of private military companies, including Condotta Revenor Ishua Tactical, Kirkland Risk Control, Reshef Interstellar Strategies, Valor Spec Ops, and Zumari Force Projection. The announcement follows from last month's summit on Taki Prime, which Mortis Legion gathers large number of Caldari and Galente PMCs to discuss the private military and mercenary contracting sector across the state and Federation. And that, of course, leads to the looting of Intaki, in which basically a bunch of Caldari people and other people come in and just loot a bunch of the tech, including possibly that transfer of consciousness tech, which eventually becomes Lidai's newer subcranial microcontrollers, which were invented then based on that tech. And oops. Is this it? No, this is fine. So there's one more piece to all of this, which I can't find right now, but we have a video with her. Oh gosh, what is the name of that of the person? There's a really big lore lady who worked for the Mimitar, or Amarr, went to the Mimitar. She was on CSM. I have an interview with her. Oh lordy, starts with A. Hold on. Eris, right? Eris? Is it Eris? Oh, man. Arcia Elkin. Ooh. Wait. I will just play that, post this video in chat. Another one of the videos, older videos that might be worth checking out if you want. This was a discussion with me and Arcia Elkin during the events that we're about to get to. But if I remember correctly, no. Okay. So there is, this is kind of a cool thing. Yes, here it is. Okay. So 503. So how does that compare to this stuff? So yeah. So the next year, because like this was in December, right? So where did I find, where was that? Hold on. Where did I put that? Really? Yeah. So 5 months after the big attacks by all of these Blood Raider and Insurum and Deathglow attacks, we actually have, so Arcia in character, so she was a holder of the Amarr. So late-breaking news reports from Imperial City of Dam Torsad on Amarr Prime states that the famous residential arboreum incorporating a number of noble estates has been the scene of a major blaze. Details are confused, but several reports indicate that the inferno began in the vicinity of the estate of House Elkin and swept across the ancient and rare trees and plantings of that section of the arboreum complex. Authorities refuse to confirm or deny reports of arson and rioting, but one eyewitness has told Scope's Galactic Hour with Rhett Gloriax that several visitors of the arboreum, quote, suddenly ran amok and then exploded into fireballs. The claimed suicidal firebombings attacks is then said to have started a major blaze that destroyed much of the Arboreum and gutted the main palace of the Elkin estates. Unconfirmed reports suggest that several members of the noble house Elkin are missing at this time. So this is kind of important because, you know, in this video that I had with Arcia, this happened shortly after she called out Chakade on in the official forums. And so she at least accuses Chakade of being associated with this. So again, like both the Mimitar and now Arcia are kind of accusing Chakade not only of like participating in the quelling of these attacks, but also potentially having done the attacks themselves, almost like a double agent, almost like he's secretly working for somebody else, as if to cause the most amount of disruption, the most amount of chaos, the most amount of political strain between the core empires as possible, all while operating as one of the main military commanders of the Amarr. Okay, so that's Chakade. At least that's the introduction of Chakade. So then that leads to people. So basically Chakade gets let's see if this works out. So here we are now 2 years later. It is 2020 and the universe is basically in grip with the Triglavian invasions, I believe, right? Yeah. So the Triglavian invasions have actually just completed, and they now own, you know, this is the formation of Pachvin has happened, right? Como Pachvin region. But in this time, we see Amarr Theology Council rules Alar Chakade. Oh shoot, I missed some stuff. Okay, well, there was a period of time in which there was a big fight over oh boy. The system of, where is it? It's I thought this would say everything. It's right next to, yeah, Flosuswin. So the system of Flosuswin becomes this big point of fighting between the Mimitar and the Amarr. This is part of the faction warfare area. Do I have Flosuswin on here? I don't think so. Sometimes I wish I did a little bit more organization on this stuff, but it all takes work. By the way, I made this website and organized all of this stuff. It's our Convocation Notion. You're free to go to it if you would like to. This is kind of where I put my brain dumps and stuff. But this is, yeah, that's the attacks. Where is it? Okay, yeah, so this is during the Triglavian invasion. As people are losing systems. Khanid Warlord Duke Alar Chakade, reportedly under house arrest on Tanu 2 at Order of St. Tetramon Chapter House Complex. But that isn't the beginning of it. Hold on. Why don't I have this in order? All right. So Captain Marshal Zerdan Sirkosh and Ambassador Kite Yun in bilateral negotiations over Flosis Wind conflict. Concord monitors report sporadic fighting in southern continent at Flosis Wind as Republic commanders encirclement tightens. So basically, there's this big fight on Flosis Wind that goes on for quite some time as they're kind of vying for control over it. And Chakade ends up being one of the main leaders and holdouts of the capital city. So we see 5 major cities and various towns in Flosis Wind 4 remain under Amarr control and 3 fortified pockets along the southern coastline. Khanid warlord Alar Chakade broadcast threats to, quote, unleash a sea of fire and blood if the city of Jolan Karal is attacked by the Republic. And then, let's see, this is YC127.12.01. So if we go to New Eden News, we go to YC122. We scroll down. Yeah, so, oh, wow. As Celis Agard is becoming the new president, do we have anything here about it? No, because they're still dealing with, yeah. Oh no, this is the same one. Aha! So, wait, what is this one? This is Formation of Edencom announced. Got it. So, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, uneasy and unstable situation on Flosis Wind 4 as Minmatar Liberation Armies fortify lines, trisecting Amarr occupied forces. Capsuleers on each side of Amarr Minmatar militia conflict debate terms of ceasefire and Amarr withdrawal from Flosis Wind 4. So yeah, this has been kind of going on for a little while. And then Rarvos falls to the Triglavians. Is there anything interesting in this one? No, they're probably going to be very focused on. Hey, Kashia Valkanir. Valkanir, there's that name again. That's a whole conversation too. Amarr forces on Flosis Wind 4 abandon outlying towns and retreat to major cities in southern continent occupational zones. And either way, that leads to basically he invokes this idea of like the Black Daggers, and eventually that city falls, and Alar Chakade, who's been talking all kinds of shit up until this point, gets arrested and ends up in Tanu, right here, where we're at right now. Right, this is where he ends up, at least for a little while. So then, okay, let's see if we can piece this all together. Somewhere over there, there's a person. Well, it used to be. So it's actually, we'll get there. Yeah. So then September of that same year, we now have Alar Chakade in house arrest in Tanu 2 by the order of Saint Tetramon. Okay? And that's earlier. That's earlier too. Yeah, he's still talking about this is still him just being grumpy and hating the Ammatar, I think. Yeah, Orders of St. Tetramon establishes a chapter in Ammatar Mandate by invitation of Lord Aram Ardashipper. Sources of the court house Ardashipper in Ves Archon. Ardashipper Prime 9 has told the scope Galactic Hour with Rhett Gloriax that a new chapter of Order of St. Tetramon is being established by the Ammatar Mandate and the invitation of Royal Heir Aram Ardashipper. The new chapter is to be formed around a core volunteer of the mother chapter of the Tetramon Order, and it's apparently been given special dispensation to recruit new members from the Ardashipper Demezes, which includes key systems and domain and the entirety of the derelict region. Rumors also suggest Lord Ardashipper has given permission to the construction of a fortress monastery on the planet of Hautzaran and the Jariza system, taking House Ardashipper's first mandate, Redemptionist Brigade, to provide engineering and logistical support to the Order of St. Tetramon. Order of St. Tetramon is a whole different topic that we're not really going to get too deep into it right now. But... oh, hold on. Now I wish I had looked this up ahead of time. So there was a... there's an Ammatar holder. Yes. So this is the main... hey, what's up, Aikawarazu Chan? Okay, so at the same time as all these other things are happening, we have, in 2019, we have Lord Ekraz Salof of Jabruan to become the first Ammatar raised to imperial nobility, Tanu derelict. Celebrations erupted throughout the Ammatar Mandate today after Royal Heir Aram Ardashipper declared that Governor Ekraz Salof has been given the holding of Jabaron province in Ashta II. Lord Governor Salif, an ethnic Nephilim, will be the first native Ammatar holder in the history of the Empire. Holders are like their nobility, right? They're the ones that are allowed to have territory. They're the ones that are allowed to own land and slaves and stuff. So this is what he did was he took a member of the Nephilim, the Ammatar, and he made them into a holder. This was highly controversial. Lord Ardashipper made his surprise announcement during a public address, made a ceremonial reception on Tanu 2, originally scheduled to mark the induction of Lord Salaf to the Cross of the Sacred Throne Order by Empress Cadis I. In attendance, the reception was Lord Araksorum, visiting to hold summit talks with Lord Ardashipper on cooperation between their neighboring dominions and imperial military circuits. The Ammatar Mandate has been moving over to a system of imperial holdings since YC111, when the late Lord Giannis Ardashipper began reorganizing the region following the so-called Elder War. Right? That's the attacks of the Elder Fleet. As it was previously quasi-independent hierarchy of Amarr nobles mixed with Ammatar elites has been steadily supplanted, concerns have grown in the mandate that the Nephilim who stayed loyal to Ammatar will be reduced entirely to a servile class. The unstable position of the Ammatar elites since the Elder War, which saw a large number of prominent Nephilim leaders rebel and defect to the Ammatar Republic, has been significantly shored up by the appointment of Ekraz Salof to governorship by the Mandate Lord Giannis Ardashipper in late YC111. The establishment of a native Ammatar in the Mandate's government assuaged concerns over the Ammatar petty nobility that their lands and slaves would be confiscated from them. However, fears that the Elder War defections forever jeopardized the chances of an Amarr loyal Nephilim to rise to prominence have remained high. The elevation of Lord Saraf of Jabron to the imperial nobility will have all but erased remaining fears and concerns, and hence has evoked widespread celebrations within the Mandate. However, following the several recent slave rebellions across the empire, such as in Kaha, Al-Kabasi, and Thebeka systems under a number of purist holder families, many from the Kador and Khanid territories, have been increasingly vociferous in claiming that that lords who are not true Amarr are unproven in their lineage and faith, and that they are a subservient character. One prominent critic, Duke Alar Chakade of Fabai, King Khanid III's own... Hold on.
Plenipotentiary.
Representative to the imperial court, has called the Ardashir family handling of the Amatar grossly lenient and warned that lesser races in positions of power threaten the future of Amarr. Observers of Amarr politics believe that the decisions to ennoble Lord Salaf is pointed rejection of this attitude. One experienced diplomat called Scope's attention to the presence of Lord Sarum at the ceremonial reception, indicating that this, together with the high mark of favor conferred by Ekraz Zalaf by Empress Kadis I, would make it, quote, unthinkable to publicly question the ennoblement of Salaf. Lord Ardashir's staff has dismissed questions from reporters suggesting that the establishment of House Salaf may be intended as a concession following recent slave rebellions. And then Lord Aram Ardashir and Arak Sorum discussed security in Amarr Empire and Amarr Minmatar warzone situation. Consulate Powers Tanu 2. Personally co-chairing the first Sword Marshals Council held between Ardashir and Sorum military circuits, Lord Aram Ardashir and Arak Sorum are understood to have discussed a wide range of issues pertaining to their respective and neighboring denizens and military circuits, most notably under the terms of territorial and military reorganization ordered by Empress Kadis I, in line with her newly promulgated Pax Kitse Do doctrine. The Ardashir and Sorum houses share responsibility for the Amarr Minmatar militia warzone. Right. So when Kadis Tashmerkon, when Kadis Tashmerkon takes over as Empress on her, I think it was her 1-year anniversary, she puts out this doctrine and she restructures the Amarr military to basically give each of the noble houses their own kind of territory and responsibility. And Ardashir and Sorum are given joint responsibility over the Amarr Minmatar war zone. So this is kind of like talking about that. While the Sorum military circuit covers the largest swaths of the war zone by far, the Ardashir hold responsibility for a key sector of the conflict zone in the Hamatar region. The strategic position of Ardashir-controlled Amatar mandate also underlines the importance of close cooperation by forces under the command of the two royal heirs. A number of military Navy staff officers, 24th Imperial Crusade commodores, and chartered mercenary commanders allied to House Ardashir and Sorum were in attendance with the council. Coordination of responses to yesterday's Sekal clan raid against an HZO refinery colony in Hawala 6 was confirmed to be an urgent addition to the agenda. The two sword marshals had let it be known that they are discussed matters of internal security and stability across their domains of the Amarr Empire in general. Lord Sorum has been pressing to reform the Ministry of Internal Order and was joined by the call of Lord Ardashir in a joint royal memorandum on internal security. Additionally, the Order of St. Tetramon has acceded to a request by Lord Ardashir that it place its powerful counterinsurgency strike fleets on the disposal of both House Ardashir and Sorum for anti-cultist operations. In a public briefing hosted by Lord Khatib Alakar Sorum and Lord Governor Arkas Salif, it was further announced that the House Ardashir has converted the 1st Mandate Redemptionist Brigade of penal troops into a regular military formation. The troop of the 19th Amatar Consulate Brigade, consisting of the 33rd Tanu Royal Guard Regiment and 14th Sasta Sappers and Miners, have been formally emancipated from their penal services and entered into the Amatar military as freemen with a 6-year term of regular service to fulfill. Also announced with the transfer of House Sorum custody of the Amatar Mandate of a number of criminals wanted for atrocities carried out by the so-called Vindication Wars with the Minmatar Republic. The notorious slaver Orlan Zashev featured prominently as the head of the list of transfers, putting paid to the rumors that the House Sorum has placed the fugitive in charge of alleged slave-taking operations being planned in Flosis Wind 4. The Scope correspondence noted that Lord Alakar Sorum responded with cold contempt to questions about those rumors. Quote, I find it incredible that any loyal Amarr would waste a moment's consideration for an obvious black propaganda being spread by enemies of the Amarr, said Lord Sorum. Nobody has anything to fear from a full and complete reclamation of any planet by House Sorum. Contrary to the lies told by the Amarr Empire about the Amarr Empire, we are interested in building and renewing societies, not destroying them. As for the traitor and criminal Zashev, he has broken many of our most ancient laws, including the codes of righteous warfare, and his only right, his first punishment for his heinous atrocities against the imperial subjects and civilians in the Amatar. That his first punishment be for that his first punishments be for his heinous atrocities against Imperial subjects and civilians in the Amatar Mandate. We also have I think that's it for this. Okay. So this sets up kind of the attacks or the fighting over Flossiswin, where Chakade kind of becomes this main key dude that's like doing those attacks or like defending against the Mimitar's attacking. Cardinal Duke Alar Chakade openly threatens to unleash 93,000 black daggers across rebel provinces in campaign of terror. Flossiswin Metropolis. The notorious Khanid warlord and religious leader Cardinal Duke Alar Chakade has broadcasted messages across Flossiswin 4, threatening a campaign of terror across the Mimitar Republic. In the broadcast, Chakade promises to unleash 93,000 black daggers across the rebel provinces, where they shall surely seek the dark hearts of the Mimitar blood beasts. This reference to the black daggers in rebel provinces denote Amarr ceremonial weapons in the Mimitar Republic, respectively. Students of Amarr sacred mythology suggest the number 93,000 may have some special significance within Khanid cult practices, though this is unclear. Chakade's broadcast from his base of the occupied city of Jolan Kral has been a notable element of Amarr propaganda on Flossiswin 4 since its arrival on the planet. The Chakade propaganda is particularly detested by Mimitar fighters for its religious and ecstatic nature. The Cardinal Duke's unwavering habit of opening and closing his broadcast with devotional chants and ululations of exhortation is reportedly also disliked by several Amarr field commanders. On condition of anonymity, one source of the Amarr Imperial Court spoke to the scope about this extraordinary development. Quote, while many nobles consider Cardinal Duke of Fabai out of control, it is the direct vassal of King Khanid and the Theology Council Cardinal. Chakade is undoubtedly considered one of the most dangerous men in the Amarr Empire. Even so, many are asking themselves how he can keep getting away with these outrages. It is whispered that the Privy Council measures have been taken to limit his scope, but in the context of what is increasingly seen as holy war, this latest action does no more than skirt the limits of the law. And so this idea of the Black Dagger attacks ends up being like this ongoing thing as the fighting over Flossiswin happens, and eventually Alar Chakade is, taken in custody by the Amarr. When that whole situation collapses, let me skipping the spoilers. Where is this it? Okay, hold on. So this is YC122. So this is 2020. Winter. Following Blood Raider attacks and reported slave rebellions, Royal Khanid Navy vessels have taken part in operations in the Netta system, deploying Archaean mercenaries, Marines in unit of the 8th and 19th Royal Udons. House Khanid is locked in a political struggle with House Ardashipper over the fate of the Khanid warlord and religious leader Duke Alar Chakade. There we go. Right. The Theology Council continues to hear evidence in a case of the Duke Chakade matter, with the latest developments being a motion for the Theology Council Paladins to take custody of Alar Chakade from the Order of St. Tetramon and move him to Tenu, to a neutral location in the heart of Holy Amarr. So he is moved here to Tenu, okay? After he's been captured because of everything that was going on with his threats and the fighting in Flossiswin and in him, like the city falling in Flossiswin, right? Okay, sorry. That was a lot to go over, but that leads us to a pretty important event. hopefully I have it documented here correctly. Yeah. Okay, so this part of the story begins in YC123. So 1 year after the previous, everything that we were just talking about, okay? Or later on, right? So, here we go. It begins with Empress Caddis I summons Privy Council to Amarr Prime following tour of Amatar mandate. Dam Torsad Amarr Prime. Emperor Caddis I has summoned the head of the royal houses of Amarr Empire to the imperial city of Dam Torsad for a full meeting of the Privy Council. The Amarr Empress recently concluded a tour of the Amatar mandate and returned to Amarr Prime last week. So we can see here, this is the Caddis's honor guard, but hold on. Let's look for this real quick. It would be right before that, right? Yeah. So this was 123.427. Here we go. Okay, breaking news. Empress Caddis I begins unannounced tour of Amatar mandate. Here's the real beginning. Tanu derelict. Empress Caddis I has begun a previously unannounced tour of Amatar mandate. According to reports from the ACN, the visit is being reported as a lengthy tour of inspection of the Amatar mandate, a territory controlled by the royal houses of Ardashipper and administered by Lord Governor Ekros Salaf, the first Amatar to be elevated to the Amarr holder nobility. Empress Caddis I traveled to Amatar capital world of Tanu II with her personal honor guard fleet and is being accompanied on the tour by Royal Heir Aram Ardashipper. Imperial Navy and Amatar fleet units are on high alert across the Amatar mandate, with border patrols, local forces supplemented by Imperial Navy and Imperial Guard units. So here we go. All right, we finally made it. We still have more to talk about after this, but this is the answer to the question that we've been trying to answer for like the last 2 hours, which is, why am I here? Why am I at this planet? Look, it's the same planet. So if we see here, if we go back into the game, we can see that the bookmark that we were looking at says Empress Caddis I's honor guard. So while obviously they are not here because they left, this is where they were for this event in the in this tour of the Amatar mandate. So that's how that bookmark came to be, even though there's nobody here. If you came here during that time, you would have seen this massive fleet, which you can still see this fleet now in Amarr Prime. So yeah. So Republic commands military control of Folsom 4 under pressure as House Sorum builds bases in occupied metropolis. Mikara coastal clan elder found murder in ritual sweat lodge. Black dagger reportedly used in gruesome slaying. Anibra assassin strike on Intaki Prime as drug games jostle. The Anibra cult are actually the group that within the Intaki that really started to work with Deathglow. But other than that, so this tour of the mandate happens. It goes on pretty uneventfully. And then as we saw, she pulls her people together to have this bit, like the top brass, the royal families. Observers of the tour of the Amatar Mandate suggest that Empress Caddis was impressed by the ongoing economic development of the Amatar Mandate under the leadership of Lord Ardashipper and Mandate Governor Lord Ekros Salaf. The military readiness and continuing fortification of the Mandate was said to also be highly satisfactory in Imperial Court held in Consular Palace on Tanu II. A number of the loyal families of the Amatar petty nobility had their imperial charters renewed and upgraded, signaling that Lord Salaf's elevation to full holder status will be followed by others in time. Full meetings of the Imperial Privy Council are generally held to discuss a variety of issues relevant to the administration of the Amarr Empire. The aftermath of the Triglavian invasions continue to pose challenges to all of the core empires, with continued rebuilding of the the Imperial Navy and ancillary armed forces likely to feature heavily in discussions. And is there anything else here about that? Great Caravanserai killing brings count of Black Dagger murders to 5, following 3 Crusural officers killed last week. Assault on Innis Ix Theology Council Law School by Brutor Vanguard mercenaries reported. Breaking Theology Council paladins reported killed in attack on Station's prison complex. Status of Khanid warlord Alar Chakade and slaver Orlan Zashev held in Inix Ilix pending trial unknown. So, yeah. So, allegedly, Brutor Vanguard mercenaries, which Brutor Vanguard is one of the, they're a mercenary group. So Brutor is obviously one of the tribes of the Mimitar. But we can look at the Brutor Vanguard. They are actually one of the groups from Dust. They're a mercenary group. The Brutor tribe approached to warfare is classically a no-nonsense, assault-oriented philosophy, but they do not lack for clever tacticians and capable commanders. The Brutor Vanguard accepts mercenary work from many employers, sourcing contract soldiers to fulfill the needs of each job, as well as deploying their own seasoned troops. So this Mimitar mercenary group attached to the Brutor, which, by the way, the Brutor, like, the head of the Mimitar is a Brutor. So, like, these are not fringe people, right? So a group of Brutor Vanguard mercenaries attack the school, attack the prison complex, and we don't know where the slaver Orlan Zashev, which we heard about a little bit ago, as well as the warlord Chakade, is now unknown. Okay? And that, the next day, we get... Oh, wait, actually, hold on. This was the same day, right? No. Okay, let's just keep reading. The Scope Galactic Hour with Rhett Gloriax brings you the latest news. Aftermath of Tenu 2 attack remains confused as calls for restraint collide with accusations. Uli Genesis. Concord's inner circle has commended the Amarr Empire and Mimitar Republic for the restraint and spirit of cooperation displayed in the aftermath of yesterday's dreadnought assault on the capital planet of the Amatar Mandate Tenu 2. Inner Circle President Seri Okanaya conveyed her personal assurance of full support of Concord Captain Marshal Zerdan Serkosh, Imperial Delegate to the Inner Circle. Delegates Chitin Yun of the Republic and Devin Malatate of the Federation added their own voices to the call for continued restraint, while expressing their, quote, firm shared belief that this incident was carried out by rogue elements that may even be loyal to powers opposed to civilization and human freedom. Caldari Substitute Delegate Akimaka Saraki, hey, I didn't realize he showed up that early, stopped in Uli en route to Amarr Prime, responding to the Mimitar and Galente representatives' remarks by emphasizing that, quote, minds should remain open, but both to the truth of this matter and the validity of the forms of government cultures outside of the Galente Mimitar bloc choose to maintain. Amarr Empire higher authorities have continued to maintain pronounced silence over the affair, described by one seasoned observer of the imperial diplomacy as, quote, a classic mark of inscrutably barely concealing extreme rage and determination to exact vengeance. The news from Tenu itself has been limited since the attack was defeated due to continuing security lockdowns of the presence of large number of troops from the Ardeshpur Royal Guards, Ministry of Internal Order, and the Order of St. Tenshman. Reminder, this is a thing that happened in-game. So on April 27th in 2021, a bunch of dreads came here to this system and were attacking Tenu. And they, in fact, actually, because we know what group they were part of, we can actually look up the Brutor Vanguard in Wait, hold on. Yeah. So if we look up the Z kill for the Brutor Vanguard, right, we can see that here is the dread that was in that attack. Well, 2 dreads, 3 dreads, and a Sino beacon. And so we can look at these dreads and we can see that they had Liberty Tattoo of the Mimitar Nation, encoded data transmissions, encrypted ship logs, right? So allegedly, a group of Mimitar mercenaries attack Tanu. Here they are fighting in Flosaswin. And in the process, which remember, Alar Chakade is being held here. Alar Chakade and the other guy, disappear, or at least their status is unknown, right? So then the next weekend on 5/03, we have explosion reported at CEP Spire in Landfall City and New Kadari Prime. Eyewitnesses have reported a large explosion in the upper levels of the Chief Executive Panel Administration Spire. Late-breaking CEP Chairman Pok Kosanen is reported to be missing as supports indicate CEP were meeting in remote holographic conference. State peacekeepers are locking down Landfall City as Caldari Navy and corporate security forces raise defense alerts. Planetary defenses in city and arcology shields are also reported to have been activated across Caldari state territory. So this is the event that leads to the taking out of the CEP chairman, which is actually how Akimaka Saraki, who we just talked about in the previous one, he becomes the new chairman after this. But at the same time, we have Caldari dreadnoughts destroyed over Tirjiv. This is the same day, right? Yeah, same day. Caldari dreadnoughts destroyed over Tirjiv 4 in battle to stop bombardment. So Tirjiv is a very important system. It was one of the last critical systems of the Caldari Galente War. And so in the system of Tirjiv, a squadron of Phoenix-class dreadnoughts bombarding the planet of Tirjiv 4 have been destroyed by the Federation Navy Fleet, Edencom, Aegis units, and Capsuleer forces in another pitched battle in orbit of a world threatened by mass destruction from space. Reports indicate that the dreadnoughts were carrying the identifiers of expert Intervention Mercenary Corporation, a PMC with links to the Negahuvi Corporation and its internal security corporate military. Damage reports are unclear, but the Federation defense complex on the surface of Tirjiv 4 is believed to have raised its defense rapidly to ward off most missiles. Others have struck randomly in the surrounding region, with unconfirmed reports claiming that automated mega plantation dedicated to high-yield wheat crops have been hit by at least one warhead. The news from New Caldari Prime have been dominated by the destruction of the tip of the CEP's primary spire in Landfall City. CEP chairman remains unaccounted for, but the Big 8 mega corporation CEO has stated to be safe, secure, and holding a CEP meeting in the remote holographic comms. The Caldari State Inner Circle delegate Akimaka Saraki has requested a full meeting of the Inner Circle after his own conference with several of the Big 8 CEOs. The Federation's ambassador, Devin Malatate, has joined the call for the meeting, and the Amarr Empire Mimitar Republic delegates are understood to be en route after reporting to their own governments this weekend. So, again, another attack of dreads, but this time it's expert intervention, right? Expert intervention. You can hop in game and see that they are also a paramilitary corporation, tied with Dust. Expert Intervention is the latest business launched by the NOH Mega Corporation expert brand, drawing from the expertise of members of the NOH Internal Security Division to forge a military contracting company. Some may observe that this world would account for the ruthlessness evident in the Expert Intervention's operations to date, but any qualms about this account do not seem to have been reduced demand for the corporation's services. And if we go to Zkill once again, and we search for that group, Expert Intervention, we will see that they attacked with 5 different dreads and a golem. And in their cargo, we also have encrypted ship logs, encrypted data fragments, encrypted ship logs, encrypted data fragments. Yep. So this was the second attack in 2 weeks in places that are major. As I mean, we've been talking about Tanu all day. Obviously, Tanu is both a pretty critical system, being the capital of the Amateur Mandate, and a source of high tension, both internally within Amarr and also between Amarr and the Minmatar. And so, you know, we have those Brutor attacks in Tanu, followed by the Caldari attacks on Tirjiv, which again, like Tirjiv is, let's see. If we search for Tirjiv, the point is that Tirjiv is like on the border between Caldari and Gallente, so it's been the source of tension between. It was during the second Caldari Gallente war, like right here, right? Like, Scope News has learned that President Sora Forten has ordered the Federation Navy to call off its attack on Tirjiv and issued a general order to cease all hostile actions against the Caldari Navy. The shocking revelation is believed to have been issued following direct conversation with Caldari dictator Tibus Heth. This is a breaking news story, blah, 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 blah. So Tirjiv was a major focal point of the second Caldari Gallente war, where, Tibus Heth and his group like attack deep in and take back Caldari Prime. But that is not where it ends. Then, did I backwards this? I did. Yep. All right. Well, oh well. So the week prior to that, I didn't quite get the order correctly, but whatever. A Gallente dreadnought fleet assaults Jinrafa. Multiple Moros-class dreadnoughts of the Crux Special Task Group are reported to have arrived in orbit of Jinrafa, have commenced orbital bombardments of the planet. Jinrafa is noted as a border system that has been the subject of past disputes between the Amarr Empire and the Gallente Federation. Though this issue of the system's sovereignty has been long since considered settled, Jinrafa 3 is a fortified and industrial barren planet believed to have several underground defense complexes and a number of industrial facilities. Dulcia Foundry and Imperial Armaments maintain publicly registered mining, processing, and assembly colonies on the planet under contract with the Imperial Navy. The Gallente Federation-aligned Crux Special Task Group is known to carry out operations in conjunction with the Federation Navy, and the scope is urgently seeking comment from the federal government. This is reportedly assaults come in time in the Amarr Empire is at alert due to the Tanu 2 bombardment incident 2 days ago. Okay, so the Tanu bombardment happens 2 days later. The Gallente bombard Jinrafa, and then a week later, the Caldari attacked Tirjiv, right? This means that the means by which a dreadnought assault group could penetrate deep into Jinrafa is unknown, but the use of novel sensorial technology was observed during the Tanu. Tanu incident. And then dreadnoughts attacking destroyed in orbital battle. Squadron Moros class dreadnoughts launched in orbital strike has been destroyed with combined forces of Amarr Empire Navy and loyalist capsuleers responding to the emergency. Scans of the planet are reportedly showing a number of subsurface energy readings, suggesting the activation of underground shielding and possible surface-to-orbit weapons. President Seedsaplenty has personally issued a statement disavowing the involvement of her government in the incident and ordered a full investigation into the activities of the Crux Special Task Group by the Federation Intelligence Office. Federal Navy units are reported to have raised their alert status, but is ordered to maintain ready status only. Authorities across the Amarr Empire and invoking security lockdowns in a number of royal and major houses have invoked wartime status for Fife troops. Reports from several heavily populated Amarr planets indicate slave districts are being sealed and police troops rushed to key positions to forestall the threat of rebellion. Breaking. Amarr Imperial Guards seals city Dam Torsad and invoke emergency wartime defense protocols as Amarr Prime and System. Breaking. House Kador mobilizes 15 legions of Royal Lifeguards, Carrier Group, and Planetary Assault Dreadnoughts sighted leaving dock. Breaking. House Artificer to deploy multiple carrier groups and heavy battleship wings to Kenobanala border fortifications placed on alert. Breaking. Kana Kingdom mobilizes 20 regiments of Royal Ulans. RKN fleet buildup in Aridia border zones. Remember, Royal Ulans includes Chakade, who's not in charge of them anymore, but that's where he came from. House Sorum mobilizes family reserves and subsidiary faith troops as massive military transport movements reported. Tashmerkon merchant fleet activates wartime protocols and family guard regiment mobilizes. House Korazor defense fleets move to positions on Amarr borders with Galente federations. Imperial Navy Genesis fleet deploys in defense positions of Ekron, Fabus, Mai, and Ubar constellations. Amarr delegate captains Marshal Zerdan Surkosh summons emergency meeting of Concord Inner Circle. So then, like I said, the attacks, Empire and Republic face off on border as Inner Circle meets. Republic fleet battle groups have been deployed to multiple borders and key stargates across Minmatar space, and Amarr fleets gather in gates bordering a Republic and Federation. The Inner Circle, in an emergency session, has dangerous escalation of forces across New Eden is progresses following bombardment attacks of Tanu and Jinrafa. The Minmatar Republic has reacted to the large mobilization of Amarr forces with their own deployment of fleet groups to key locations. Border systems with the Amatar mandates and has been reinforced with substantial battle groups. Additionally, various systems that serve as fallback positions in the militia war zones of Hematar and Metropolis have been reinforced with large fleet presences. In one notable hotspots, large fleets facing off across the Adar Flossiswind Stargate link. There are no reports of contacts between opposing forces, but the possibility for accidental escalation to outright war is alarming citizens across New Eden, with large numbers of vessels still mobilized in EdenCom duty, and combined deployments are approaching the vast numbers of battle fleets and capital fleets mobilized at the height of the Triglavian invasion. Zamatar Maltu Shakur is reported to be in conference with the Tribal Council and military advisors, including Hetman General Kenneth Filmer, Liberation General Nola Ashok. The Tribal Council is believed to be considering a call-up of reservists from the Territorial Defense Guards and tribal militias. An order placing all active Republic Fleet and Republic Command troops on wartime alert has already been issued. The Caldari state has reacted cautiously, but there are reports of megacorporation security fleets, including capital ships, moving into positions close to the borders within Federation and Republic. The Caldari state's delegation of the Inner Circle is currently on Amarr Prime with a summit with the Imperial Privy Council. The Amarr Empire has continued to activate planetary defenses and raise militia and polices to forces to war footing. The Galente Federation continues to adopt a posture aimed at de-escalation and has kept its mobilized forces away from stargates. Powerful Luminaire defense fleet has been fully mobilized and a squadron placed among staging locations throughout the Crux constellation. Crux constellation is, of course, where the Crux Special Task Group comes from. So then, of course, you know, the next week we have the attack on the CEP Landfall Spire and the Caldari Dreadnoughts of Tirjev happen at the same time. So allegedly, this explosion happens, taking out the CEP head of the Caldari, while at the same time or on the same day, a bunch of Caldari dreadnoughts as part of the Expert Intervention Corporation attack Tirjev, just to for the full for thoroughness, we can come to Zkill and look up Crux Special Task Group. We can see that they brought a bunch of dreads to Jinrafa. And inside of their dreads, they have encrypted data fragments, encrypted ship logs, encoded data transmissions, and that is it. So now we've had 3 major dread attacks on 3 critical locations, by 3 different paramilitary corporations. Okay. And then following that, we have, golly. All right. Well, I don't know why that was out of order. Let me fix that real quick. This set goes here. Also, is this just the same thing over again? I have it here twice and it's bad and dumb. All right, never mind. Let's keep going. We have the day after the Jin Rafa attack, Crux Special Task Group Dreadnought during Battle of Jin Rafa. Feverish diplomacy between empires show rush to war as tensions and risks remain high. Interstellar diplomacy of the Concord Inner Circle and direct communications between the core empires is reported to have been conducted at a feverish, nonstop pace in an effort to avoid a new cluster-wide war continues. The risk of the fallout of the Tanu and Jin Rafa attacks, sparking conflict between the two or more of the major powers, is reckoned to be extremely high as fleets continue to be mobilized and move around borders to key systems of the empire. It is reported that the personal contact between Empress Katniss I and President Selis Agard was initiated soon after the attack of Jin Rafa 3 by Crux Special Task Group dreadnoughts. Federation Navy forces remain on high alert, but continue to limit deployments to staging areas and military defense zones, short of the presence of border systems. So, while these dread attacks seem to be specifically targeted in order to inflame tensions between empires, the empires have so far done a pretty decent job of being like, wait, we're not doing this. We should, they're taking precautions, but nobody's like taking that next step. They're being fairly conservative in how they respond to this. So Agard has pledged a full investigation of the Crux Special Task Group and invited the Amarr Empire to send intelligence officers into the Federation for purposes of sharing in and all evidence and covered by the FIO, Federal Navy Intelligences, and Gallente Police Directorate. The situation on the border between the Mimitar Republic and Amarr Empire remains more fluid and continues to be extremely dangerous. According to Concord conflict monitors, Amarr and Republic fleets have moved back and forth, with patrols and Stargate security operations carried out at varying times. Despite reports of an open channel between the Imperial Privy Council and Mimitar Tribal Council, mutual distrust between the Caldari State, Akimaka Saraki, and the Amarr Prime for a side summit with the Privy Council is reportedly leading to efforts to mediate between the Empire and the Republic. Mystery continues to surround the illegal senatorial beacon technology that allowed the supposedly high-sec authorized Sino beacon to be lit in both Tanu and Jin Rafa. Core empires of the Concord intelligence agencies are all reported to be seeking further data on the technology and on the operational methods of the Mimitar and Gallente mercenary units seen using the beacons to guide the assault dreadnoughts into high-security systems. Efforts to secure cyno-jamming and beacon networks in the core empires are reportedly to be the top priority, the Big Four, interstellar powers alongside avoiding open war. All right. New Caldari Prime. The Caldari State Chief Executive Panel has issued orders imposing lockdowns across all state and corporate territories with the effect of restricting assembly and travel within and between corporate territories. The vast majority of corporate citizens are believed to be in complying with the orders, given the alarming escalation of tensions between the core and empires in recent days. However, some worker protests have continued, with a number of activists pointing out that the promised reforms and refits of the Caldari Navy are proceeding slowly. Fears of Caldari State being overwhelmed by the event of a wider war are very real, according to the sources within the executive tiers of some mega corporation and security forces. One of the things to note is that the state had the worst time of all of the different groups. The state had the worst time with the invasions. They lost the most number of systems, and so there was a lot of protests and distrust and unhappiness, unrest within the Caldari State at this time, thanks to what was seen as an anemic response. And of course, there was also accusations by the Guristas that a lot of money was shunted away from the Caldari Navy, which was one of the reasons why they were so weak, and yada, yada, yada. Remember, this is before the CEP, this is before the Landspire attack. This is the week before. The vast majority of corporate citizens... Protests have also focused on the claims of the Grissus pirates that senior executives of the CBD, LIDI, and NOH megacorporations have benefited from undisclosed payments varying from confidential corporate bonuses, skimming contracts, shares of smuggling profits, and outright bribery. The Grissus have released a raft of financial records that purport to come in a variety of megacorporation and subsidiary sources. A few records indicate relationships with criminal gangs and even Grissus pirates, particularly the case of executives alleged to have ordered security operations against worker protests. The PKN Interstellar Consortium of CBD, LIDI, and NOH has strenuously denied the records are authentic, accusing the Grissus of perpetuating, quote, a vast fraud of massive forgery aimed at destabilizing the state and destroying the prosperity of all Caldari workers. NOH Internal Security Corporation is reported to have carried out raids against a number of corporate-backed barracks alleged to be centers of distribution of fake reports, and security forces of CBD and LIDI are believed to have begun their own information terrorism investigations. New spat of Black Dagger killings leaves 12 dead, 3 suspects neutralized. 12 more notable and wealthy tribal citizens from various clans have been killed in a spate of mass killings involving the now notorious signature ceremony Black Daggers. The most shocking attack was a gun and grenade attack that killed 6 in a mining works at the head of the Tronhadar Valley. A Crusoral tribe mining magnate on an inspection tour was amongst the dead. 2 suspects were deceased on arrival with the local police barracks, but were found to be carrying black daggers of ornate design. 3 officials of the Brutor tribe and Starkmanor clan elders were killed during the public meeting of the city of Kolburus before the knife and gun-wielding assailant was neutralized by members of the public. 2 members of the Varokir tribe, including the matriarch of the wealthy Aikawarazu family, were killed by an unknown assailant in a port district of Matar City. In closely related news, a holoblimp explosion disaster on Hagar has reportedly having a final confirmed death toll of 213 with over 600 injured in a bizarre development confirming the connection to the other killings. The shrapnel payload of the explosive device fitted to the holoblimp was confirmed as consisting of dagger-like shards of black iron and obsidian. Reports suggest that at least 3,000 such shards were packed into the modified holoblimp. So, shortly after Chakade disappears, after the first attack, we start to see a new rash of Black Dagger killings. Amarr and Minmatar fleets maintaining standoff and Adar Flossuswin militia war zone fronts in Kadzura Kanoba border flashpoint. That should be it for this. Okay, great. And so then after all this, like I said, a week later, we have the attack on well, we have 2 different attacks actually. We have 2 different attacks. These are kind of interesting. So hold on. Let me see if I can figure this out real quick. If I go back to 2020, and I go to April 29th was actually a Wednesday, and then 30th was a Thursday. The 1st was Friday. Either way, there is a certain thing about this. So there's these different patterns, these different attacks are happening, and then we have an attack on Flossuswin. Right? Amarr dreadnoughts fire on Flossuswin 4 with siege lasers. Reports from the war-torn Flossuswin system state that multiple Revelation-class dreadnoughts have made orbit around Flossuswin 4, have opened fire on surface targets with siege lasers. This assault on Minmatar-controlled and populated planet particularly alarming for its potential to push the 2 empires into open warfare across New Eden. Flossuswin's system, and the 4th planet in particular, has been the flashpoint of Minmatar Amarr militia war zone for nearly 18 months since the Amarr Royal House of Sorum launched a major offensive aimed at reclaiming the planet and population for the Amarr Empire. While fortunes have ebbed and flowed for both sides in the ensuing conflict, the Minmatar armed forces managed to retake and hold the major cities and secure most territories of the planet as system control fluctuated back and forth between Capsuleer militias. With the system now under Amarr militia space control, despite occasional strikes by Minmatar militia forces seizing temporary system control, there have been much speculation by the renewed ground offensive is being prepared by Sorum forces building up bases in Flossuswin and nearby long-held systems. Reports are unclear as to the identity of the attacking forces, but large number of Amarr Navy and Republic fleet vessels are known to be in the area, rising fears of counter-invasion. So that attack happens, but then 2 days later, that's when we have the attacks of the Kaldari dreadnoughts in Tirjiv, as well as the CEB explosion. So then, finally, on the 5th, we have Minmatar Republic presents Inner Circle evidence EOM Doomsday cult behind dreadnought attacks. Okay, so this is where kind of we start to figure out what's actually happening, right? Because there's all these paramilitary corporations that are involved in all of this. There's mercenary groups. They're from all the different empires. They're the correct empire to be the aggressors, to make it look as bad as possible. So the question is, who is doing this, right? If these aren't the empires attacking each other, like who is intentionally putting all of this effort into destabilizing the different the whatever peace happens to exist between the empires. And the Minmatar Republic, Ambassador Khitan Yun has presented evidence to Concord's inner circle indicating that the Equilibrium of Mankind cult is behind several recent dreadnought attacks on the planets. Ambassador Yun was accompanied by Hetman General Kenneth Filmer, the later testifying that the evidence was assembled by the cooperation of loyal Minmatar and allied Gallente Capsuleers. The evidence presented paints a picture of EOM infiltrators in a large number of mercenary companies mounting the attack on Tanu, Generfa, and Tirjiv. General Filmer confirmed that the Republic's security services have managed to penetrate the encryption of a number of logs and encoded data fragments, while in each case the contents of these logs indicated the mercenaries in question were operating under the orders of national governments. It was determined that the signatures of known EOM encryption and forging methods were evidenced in the recovered material. I wonder how many cities of Flotsam 4 have already been glassed by Amarr. That's an interesting question. They did like nuclear powered. I've done covering of the Flotsam attacks. Like, that's a whole thing to cover. We strongly believe that the Amarr doomsday cult known as the Equilibrium of Mankind is behind the attacks and the attempted to foment wider war between the Concord powers, stated Ambassador Yun. The Gallente Federation Ambassador Devin Malatate confirmed the Federation Intelligence Office. People are over here putting out probes and stuff. The Federation Intelligence Office was analyzing materials it received, and that the Federation shared the conclusion with the Minmatar Republic. Responding to the Amarr Empire, Captain Marshal Zerdan Surkosh noted that loyal Amarr Capsuleers had provided evidence from Tanu that corroborated the indications of EOM involvement after deep analysis of Amarr inquisitorial authorities. Questioned by Ambassador Yun over, quote, reports of evidence gathered by Flotsam by Amarr paramilitaries, Marshal Zerkosh responded that, quote, such materials have been classified secret due to ongoing military operations in the militia war zone. There is accusations in all of this. We're just going to touch on this right now and then kind of skirt by it, that the attacks on Flotsam were actually, this was actually run by the Amarr. The Amarr used this as an opportunity to attack Flotsam under the guise of all of these other dread attacks, because they didn't quite match the same MO. And, you know, like we see here that Zerdan Surkosh is kind of covering it up. The Caldari State delegate Akimaka Saraki stated that the position of the Caldari State is that the evidence, quotes, shows a clear trail to the Equilibrium of Mankind cult, and that its own investigators are pursuing the theory of the cult terrorism infiltration of the expert intervention mercenary company. So he's saying, oh, we actually think the Equilibrium of Mankind actually infiltrated the expert intervention mercenary company, which, remember, was the one that did the Caldari attack. The Equilibrium of Mankind are a doomsday cult of Amarr origin that was founded roughly 1,500 years ago by Ossian Ardashapur, a relative both of the Amarr emperor at the time and the head of the Ardashapur family. The cult is centered around the corrupted teachings of Ahriman Khaled, believed that those who do not follow the Equilibrium's way should be exterminated in order to bring about paradise. Following their distorted beliefs, the EOM have committed several atrocities throughout their history, with the last known major incident thought to be the destruction of Richard V's biosphere by an EOM Avatar-class Titan. Okay. So, just in case we've been, like, kind of lost track of what we're talking about here. So the Equilibrium of Mankind is an organization that is not working. Okay, hold on. Bad link is bad. So who are the Equilibrium of Mankind? The Equilibrium of Mankind was founded in 17,000 AD. Basically, does this just talk about their... Yeah. The Equilibrium of Mankind belief has mutated over the centuries. Today, the belief that humanity acted against God's wishes by entering and settling New Eden. They point to the collapse of the Eve Gate as proof of his wrath, and those who survive being given a chance to repent and work towards return to where they had come. They believe that only by exterminating most of the life of the cluster will the Eve Gate eventually reopen, allowing those who remain, assumed to be the Equilibrium to be themselves, access to the paradise that awaits to the other side. Naturally, most others consider their followers insane at best. Even the Blood Raiders and Saunchus Nation, two entities who have few moral qualms against death, oppose the Equilibrium and have been struck by their operatives. The Equilibrium are nearly unique in New Eden and having no outside allies. The deranged beliefs of the Equilibrium have kept them small cult, as few can accept their completely genocidal nature. Their recruits come from a variety of backgrounds, mostly with psychopathic tendencies and other mental disorders of that nature. It is assumed that a large number of recruits are the children of practicing members. Some rumors that the Equilibrium participating in forced breeding in order to bolster their numbers. Recently, a number of short-lived capsular groups have pledged loyalty to the Equilibrium. The Equilibrium has not publicly acknowledged them in any manner. So they kind of align with the SOE? Nah. I mean, they both have faith and traditions that involve the Eve Gate, but they have very different arguments about what that is and what that means. So basically, they think that we are a taint upon New Eden, and that only by basically purging most of life will equilibrium will be brought to balance, right? So the Equilibrium appears to function as a semi-autonomous cells that report to a central leadership. The cells act independently of each other, though they receive some sort of direction from and are partially supplied by command. Each cell is given a goal to accomplish, usually with the destruction of some target, and is left to carry it out as they see fit. In cases where they succeed, they're assigned a new task to carry out. If they fail, they are left to their own destruction. Individual members of the cult are difficult to capture. Most are willing to fight to the death and attempt to commit suicide should they be captured. A few who have successfully caught and interrogated have proven little help in identifying the leaders of the Equilibrium. When asked who leads the Equilibrium, most will respond with Oscillian Artichaper. Truth serums and other devices reveal that the subjects believe that they are speaking the truth, leading investigators to conclude that they have either been brainwashed or misled. The true names or names of the leader of Equilibrium mankind are unknown. So there's this guy, Oscillian Artichaper, right? But the problem with Oscillian Artichaper is that, like, he's from 1,500 years ago, right? Yeah. And Amarr have, like, implants and stuff that let them live for a long time, but I'm pretty sure, like, in the end, he allegedly was, like, killed or driven off or whatever, right? High Priest foreseeing his occurrence and placed his followers among the attendants. They rose up to defend him, sparking a bloody clash. Followers of the most sacred church as Oscillian defiantly exited. Oscillian, along with the majority of Equilibrium followers, departed to an outpost near Artichaper Prime. Emperor Armani I ordered Charon Artichaper, the family head, to lead the expedition to annihilate the Equilibrium. Charon led the family fleet against the outpost, utterly destroying it. Oscillian was assumed dead in the fighting, while Peregrine managed to escape, but was finally injured and succumbed a few weeks later. Okay, so we have the Equilibrium of mankind, who are all about just killing everybody. We have a radical Amarr warlord, Chakade, Khanid warlord, who's been accused of vast atrocities and constantly attempting to basically blame everything on the Minmatar and the Amatar, who was captured, was under trial, and then disappeared just as the beginning of these dread attacks happen. Which results finally in is it still in this? Yeah. So as they are giving their information about the EOM, we see Federation intelligence officer explore possible EOM links to Federation election attacks. Oh yeah, this is right after the election attacks, which we will talk about the election one of these days soon. Investigation of Black Dagger killings in Minmatar Republic, ruling out nothing. Flosus Wind 4 situation unclears. Planetary defense ward off surveys. Republic Command claims defenses in major cities of Flosus Wind 4 intact despite orbital attack. Reports from Jolin Kral outskirts indicate widespread destruction by raiding Amarr guerrillas. House Sorman Imperial Navy refusing to comment on Flosus Wind 4 conflict despite reports of fighting. then no Yantey election until Ash covers it. That's, I mean, you know, that's fair. Okay, so same day, we have breaking. EOM capital fleet sighted above Kaha 3 with reports of superweapon being fired. Kaha Khanid, an EOM capital fleet reportedly consisting of several dreadnoughts and a Titan, was seen sighted in orbit of Kaha 3. There are unconfirmed reports of superweapon being fired at the target of the planet. Kaha 3 is holding of the Khanid Kingdom, dedicated principally to food production and its large population of commoners and slaves. A major slave rebellion flared up in Kaha 3 2.5 years ago following a series of terrorist attacks using a weaponized version of Deathglow Necrotic. A rebellion was put down brutally by Khanid Kingdom forces, including troops under the command of the notorious Khanid warlord Alar Chakade. A recent Brutor Vanguard attack on the Innis Ilix Theology Council station is believed to have removed Chakade and his associate Orlan Zanshev from prison cells where they were awaiting trial for war crimes by Amarr authorities. This incident was overshadowed by the recent events on attacks on planets by mercenary dreadnought squadrons, but some observers have connected those two events. If a major attack against Kaha 3 is underway, such speculation may be vindicated. And then we get breaking. EOM Avatar and Revelation fleet destroyed following superweapon bombardment on Kaha 3. Kaha Khanid. Equilibrium of Mankind capital ships subjecting the planet of Kaha 3 to railgun and superweapon bombardment have been destroyed in battle with capsuleers of Royal Khanid Navy forces. In a serious blow to the EOM, an Avatar-class Titan piloted by the notorious Khanid warlord Alar Chakade was destroyed as it rained fire down onto the planet. The supporting fleet of EOM Revelation-class dreadnoughts were also destroyed by forces responding to the devastation of Kaha 3. The Amarr Empire and Khanid Kingdom have confirmed Alar Chakade as a heretic and repudiated his actions as gross heresy, terrorism, and crimes against creation. At present, it is unclear if Alar Chakade has escaped once more. Orders to hunt down and eliminate the EOM cult conspirators has been issued by Empress Cadis I to all houses, ministries, and branches of the Amarr military. Royal Khanid Navy units are conducting a search and rescue operations across Kaha 3, but there are reports of considerable destruction and the agricultural centers hit by the superweapon blasts and accompanying railgun fire. And the picture is not there. Concord Inner Circle meeting to consider this latest attack and review all available evidences of the intelligence gathered by previous attacks, particularly in light of this event. The new information and evidence it provides, a broadcast on select Galnet channels have also been made by a figure that is purported to be a Sylian Artichoper, the founder of the leader of the EOM. Amarr authorities have considered a Sylian Artichoper dead for at least 1,000 years, but it is known that captured EOM cultists claim he lives and still leads the organization. So, hold on. And with that came a message.
Now is the time to open the gates of paradise.
That's it. So there has been some notes that he kind of looks like the Deathless in his pre-image, but obviously probably not. Probably not. But yeah, so that is the Dread attacks and how this all played out. Hey! Thank you so much for that. $10 means so much to me. But yeah, so that is kind of the story of to a lesser extent the Amatar Mandate, but Alar Chakade, we've covered him in other videos too. You can always go check those out. But that's kind of the lens of, especially I ended up in this system of Tanu 2. Where this all goes, we're not sure. I mean, Amarr went through several months of purging due to Equilibrium of Mankind. Obviously, the Gallente attempted to blame the Equilibrium of Mankind attack on the Gallente elections. But this really does serve as like this deep, insidious threat, right? Where you could see like everybody is kind of accusing everybody of all kinds of different things. And we have to go back and see like, okay, well, if Alar Chakade was secretly an EOM, excuse me, Chakade was secretly an EOM guy this whole time. All of his actions, all of his speeches and attacks on the Amatar Mandate and his relationship within the Kana Kingdom kind of comes into question, right? Like, it puts a different lens on all this stuff, especially since, you know, there were earlier accusations of Alar Chakade being connected to the Deathglow Hunters and the Blood Raiders. These connections, you know, while the Amarr have done their own little purges of things, they aren't really fully resolved. You know, the Black Dagger killings, whether or not the Amarr knew about what was going on, because the Amarr were prepared to launch their own attack during the things. The Black Dagger killings being strongly associated pro-Amarr. A lot of the actions that they took were very pro-Amarr. In fact, if you noticed, the only Amarr facility that got attacked in that whole process was Jin Rafa, which Jin Rafa is a little bit special in the fact that it's kind of this halfway system between Gallente ownership and Amarian ownership. Hold on. See if there's anything else about Chakade after that fact. No, that's the last we hear about Chakade and really this Equilibrium of Mankind plot. It quickly fades back into the background, and doesn't really come back again. As you know, we start to become focused on the Deathless and other such like that. So, how much of this remain, like the political tensions that were caused from this, the plots that were exposed by this, that lead all the way back to 2018. Some of it's resolved, but like, who is that Artificer guy? What are the Equilibrium of Mankind actually working on something? It would seem that this EOM avatar that was destroyed was the same avatar that was used during the first attack back in like 2007 or whenever it was. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say. While Chakade was theoretically killed, whoever is representing himself as Aslan Artificer is still theoretically out there. So this is one of those things that are worth paying attention to when it comes to Amarian politics, especially when it comes to Sorum and Artificer and Order of St. Tetramon and Khanid and some of the Kaldari corporations and whatnot. There is this kind of underlying conspiracy that got partially rooted out, but not fully rooted out. And so hopefully that this has been a nice little tour of some of Eve's history as we are sitting here outside of Tanu 2. And to finish this, I'm going to try to make it all the way to Kaha, which is 24 jumps away. We will begin that process now. So, you know, if you guys want to talk about anything, you have any thoughts, comments, concerns about the story? Not sure if it's brought up yet, but new mining ships are definitely drifter derived, right? The Outrider looks most like a drifter ship. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, they look pretty ore-like to me. I'm not a big... I have not heard that theory. The other thing that's worth noting is that a lot of this stuff, one of the big things that was happening in 2020 and is now, you know, still going on, is that like a lot of these paramilitary organizations, again, they're clone armies. These are originally dust mercs. So their connections with things like the Deathless and Arkhambine group Please don't kill me. I only hit cloak once this time. Oh, thank God. Ah. Y'all were hoping. That was a lot of eating cum. Oh! So much eating cum. The Outrider looks different? I don't know. Why am I not jumping? Oh my God. Fucking God. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, fuck. I need a second. Okay, let's keep going. That was exciting. Ah! By the way, if you are a member of the channel, just $1 a month, you get access to edited videos for free. And right now, I have a cutout from my stream the other day when I lost this ship to some drifters. I need to do more standing fleets. That's true. I did some Triglavian farming. Don't tell the Triglavians. To help fix my standings, but I still need to do a couple more dual standings in order to get it right. This is why we avoid Amarr space. Well, it's why we avoid traveling between Amarr space and not Amarr space. Because if I'm going to do stuff in Amarr, I go there and I stay there. I don't move ships between the two. Oh, they know. Yeah, I know. Well, you know, the Trig could have gotten my full loyalty, but they opted to not. Oh, we also have a couple of other landmarks to check out on our way there, too, so... I'm just glad I did my cloak right. I'm just glad... Man, losing two Odysseus's, one to Drifters, one to Edencom, would have been it. I would have been... Oh, my God. Amarr space is still a bit full of those systems. Yeah, the Amarr were the most successful in defending against the Triglavians. They had the best resistance profile against the Triglavians, and they also were able to, like, kill them more effectively than, say, the Caldari. You know, Amarr newts were actually really effective against... So, like, the way that the fleets worked is that they had one command, and so they would all attack the same target. So when all of the Caldari attacked the same target, they jammed that target, which only jammed that one target. And the rest of the targets were able to do whatever they wanted. And so the Trig were able to kill a bunch of the Caldari. Meanwhile, the Amarr, when they focused targeted on a single target, they neuted him out, which actually shut down some of their defenses, which made it so the Amarr were actually really good at killing the Caldari. You just have to lose one to the Trig. I'm just not going to lose another one. Let's just do that. Shall we do that? Amarr good at Amarr good at killing Trig. I mean, technically speaking, I would argue that Amarr probably good at killing Caldari too, because Amarr does primarily EM damage, and Caldari are very vulnerable to EM damage. Extremely vulnerable. I said Caldari. Okay, I meant Trig. The Amarr are very good at killing Trig. They would also be good at killing Caldari for the exact same reason, but that has not been tested. So here we are in the system of Mehetor, which is the 24th Imperial Crusade War Headquarters, right? And so we can come over here. We have checked out the Stellar Transmuters not too long ago. but now we can look at what the stellar transmuters kind of power. So in each of the 4 headquarters of the faction warfare systems, not only do you have this bonus, which gives them 20 or 10% bonus to mining laser cycle time, they also increase the number of cool ore that spawns in the system. It also makes it so that the system is constantly under suppression stage 2, so it's harder to invade with insurgencies, with the Deathless. And this here is the Amarr Imperial Shipcaster, which has the ability to connect to systems within the Amarr Empire, or within the war zone. So we can go open up the faction warfare map, and we can see, according to the Amarr, so we have a landing zone. We have one landing zone right now that's built in Kurnanin. And so right now, we can see that it's actually active. So right now, oh no, we also have Turner. There's a bug that makes it so it doesn't show it correctly. So right now, this shipcaster is connected to Kurnanin, Turner, and Camella. So if I was in the Amarr militia, I could use this to teleport to Turner at the Amarr shipcaster beacon, which was built, like, they get put there by the AI, and then players can assemble them into an active beacon, which allows this to attach to them. They're also, to make this system even more juicy, along with the rest of the Empire headquarters systems, they added in these anchorage stations, which is, newer stations. They look really cool. Going from Amarr High Sec to Turner is actually a good jump. It's actually a really good jump. It's a good connection for them to have. But if we go over here, we can see the Navy anchorage, which shows off a lot of the new... these newer sites have... Actually, this one doesn't. Okay, well, a lot of the newer sites have like these big navies built out around them. Instead of that, we can always go to the fleet muster point. So this station is cool. All of the anchorages are really cool because they offer all services that a station can have. Not all stations have all services, but the anchorages in each of the headquarters systems have all of the different services that a station can have. And then in all of the headquarters systems as well, there are these giant fleet muster points and such that are just really, really cool, showing off the Navy. So we can like zoom in and see that. Look at this. Actually, hold on. Oh yeah, no, I already am that way. Cool. So we can move the camera around and see that actually these tiny, tiny dots are actually omens in formation. And we have auguries there. We have over here, we have devoters, or not devoters, maulers and arbitrators. So there's most of your T1 cruisers. And over here we have dragoons, more dragoons, and more coercers. Supplies. Anything neat here? We have some titans. And you can find the equivalent of this in each of the Empire's staging areas now for their headquarters, and some other places too. Here's some... Ooh, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Oh, man. This is very hard to control the camera like this. Tormentors. There we go. Tormentors and magnates. And executioners? Yeah. So on and so forth, right? All the way up to... There should be a capital staging area somewhere around here. What's over here? Oh, here's battleships. There are a few capitals around here. Maybe they're not necessarily a ton of them at this particular spot, but there's, multiple spots. There's their jump freighters and faxes. And is there a Sino around here? Yes. And here is their Sino beacon, surrounded by guard, turrets, towers, and caps. And so these sites are available in all of the militia headquarters systems.
Warp drive active.
I was going to flip my marbles if I lost my Odysseus again. I probably would not have another. I can't replace him every stream. Yes? Yeah? My puppy is saying hi to me again. Let's see if there's any other cool landmarks on our way. That discussion about Tanu and all of the stuff was a lot longer than I expected it to. But it was a fun little discussion. I kind of want to go back and watch my my video on Chuckade from before and see how much better or worse I did today.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, it looks like... Wait. Am I already 6 jumps from Tanu? Alright, whatever. Just need a few dozen streams of SOE missions. Yeah, that's an idea. What if I did SOE missions in a nester? Would that be cool? I wonder how good at mission running you could make the Odysseus. I'm guessing not very. But maybe.
Warp drive active.
Doesn't have the tank to survive all the missions? Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not talking about the SOE Epic arc. We're talking about SOE missions. Yeah, you should be able to take it into a level 3 or 4 site. Sure. I don't know. I mean, it does have good... It has good resistance for a T1 ship. I mean, I've seen T1 battlecruisers, maybe not solo, but if I was flying with somebody, it could definitely do level 3s. We could do the hell out of some level 3s. And I think I think that you could make a fit that would be able to hold its own in level 4s. It may not necessarily be fast or smart. Oh, here we go.
Warp drive active.
You can put a tank on it to do level 4s, but it would be very expensive. Yes, it would be, of course, it would be very expensive without putting a tank on it. So, you know, whatever. What is it? The classic rule of like, the fit should not be more than the actual hull in cost. That's an old thing that we used to say. But that kind of opens up the whole gambit for this ship, huh? So here is the Imperial Stellar Transmuter, which is the Amarr's Stellar Transmuter that is powering that shipcaster that we just saw in the other system. Now, obviously, the Triglavians kind of brought to our universe the technology of the Stellar Transmuters. We're still not 100% sure what they're doing, but we can see that they do have their little science ball creation and evaporation thing. We're not 100% sure what exactly is going on with these things, but it is a blue star, so the relationship between this and Isogen 5 is obvious. And this is supposedly powering that shipcaster several jumps away. The fit should cost 3 months' salary is the rule. Yeah. So, you know, the Amarr managed to capture one of the Stellar Transmuters during the invasion. and then they did their own experiments in Vard, Turner, and Egmar? Yeah. And then, of course, the Turner stellar transmitter blew up, and there's a whole bunch of research and stuff, and then there was a shadow war. Well, all of the people, all the four empires stole the technology from each other. The Kaldari had their novel transportation system that they took from the Trig, and the Amarr had their stellar transmuter tech. And then, so once all four empires were able to, like, take both of the tech, they built their own stellar transmuter and their own shipcaster, and that's how the shipcasters got made. So this is the Amarrian stellar transmuter. Let's go check out the Cordon outpost while we're here. This is a sightseeing tour. Well, let's go see the sights. It's obvious that it's doing very, very weird things to the star, though, doesn't it? And I think all of the... Now, while the Triglavians went for all kinds of blue stars and then the gold stars, I think all of the stellar transmitters that the Empires made were on AO blue stars, which are kind of the smallest ones of the blue stars. And so I personally think that they do that because it's the easiest to control. Less likely to blow up. Okay. Oh, it's right here, right outside the Camella gate, which Camella is Losec. So yeah, this is... So basically, this system here, where I'm at here, borders faction warfare space. So because of that, there is this security cordon that was put here. A lot of these are put all over the place. You can see them in Valor. You can see them basically anywhere where a high-sec system borders the war zone. But we aren't going there. We're going to Odin. What happens if I avoid eating comm systems? Okay, we can just avoid eating comm systems. We only get one more system to travel if I avoid eating comm systems from here on out. So we're going to do that. I'm sure you would all love a disaster, but I don't need it. I'm going to move my camera a little bit over here just so it's a little bit cleaner. Not avoiding EOM systems equals greater risk of... Well, yeah. There's a Jovian Observatory, which we are not going to travel to right now. Yeah, I would need significantly more donos and gift subs to be able to whelp ships left and right. That's for sure. Although, I wonder... I want to do a marathon soon. And I kind of want to know what it is that we should do as a marathon. Either... I've been also thinking about doing, like, public mining fleets while streaming. Like, we can hunt down sites. In fact, we could do that right now, although I'm trying to travel, like, 16 jumps. So that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of just going. But, you know, one of the things I've been enjoying doing recently is just traveling around in HiSec and scanning everything I can, looking for mining sites. And if I find one, I actually have in my ship, maintenance bay, I have an Odysseus, or not Odysseus. I have one of them Outriders that I can use to boost for some people. Do one on your second stream. Yeah, that is actually another thing I want to do. So this week, I haven't decided. Like, probably let's talk about Thursday. Let's plan. I'm gonna be streaming a lot more, by the way, guys. So keep an eye on my streams, both this one and the Ashrothi Decanted channel. Hopefully, that'll work. But so I think on Thursday, so today we're doing this thing. Tomorrow, I want to stream more Eve, and we'll talk about anything that happens to come up because Tuesdays are a big day. We could even check out Eve Frontiers. But Thursday, I want to try to do a stream on another channel. So I'm going to really need you guys to be willing to show up to make this, because it's going to be my first time on a different channel. But that'll be like non-Eve stuff. So that'd be super cool. Trig were scanning things in Turner, basically. Oh, off topic. The thought just entered my head. Wasn't there something about Trig helping evacuate or something in Turner before the event? No, the Trig was scanning everything. I think it was specifically Svarog. Yeah, we should get information about the Winter Nexus tomorrow. Average Amber deposit.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I expect... Actually, I don't know if we are going to get the dev blog for the winter event tomorrow, because I expect that the winter event will start on the 9th. But we'll see. We might get some sort of news. Right. Crimson Harvest started on a Monday. I mean, it could start on a different day. But the point is that they usually like it to run through the end of the year. So it would start next week. It's also traditionally one of their longest events. So even like that would still be true, though.
Warp drive active.
Abandoned research post. One jump. Hold on. Should we go check that out? Yeah, we're going to go check that out real quick. Abandoned research outpost in Jarkalin. Let me see if I can find anything else about it.
Warp drive active.
Anything? Anything? No. Jarkalin is not referenced in the Eve Universe portal at all. Jarkalin was the location of... Who is this? Eve LinkNet is a non-profit community program that connects right players with right corporations. So I guess, is this Eve Uni? This was the headquarters. This is their high-sec mining system. Cool. Literally the only thing that comes up when I search for this for this system. Who is Eve LinkNet? This is from 2020. I don't know. Either way, let's go ahead and check out the abandoned research project.
Warp drive active.
It's probably going to be a relatively mild site, something tells me. Ew, absolute will. Ew. I don't see anything particularly fascinating about this system. Seven and a half hours already streaming. Get some sleep. What are you talking about? It's only been it's only been 4 hours. Yeah, this is just a normal, like a low. I don't know if there's any information about this. This is an old site. This is one of the yeah, this is one of the older sites. There's probably not that much information. Nope. There wasn't a pop-up when I warped to it either. Oh well. These landmarks just kind of exist in the game. But that one in particular isn't fascinating. It might be cool to kind of go through like ISD Thalic's list and be like, oh yeah, these are sites that actually have like different tiers of recognition. Yeah, this is only hour 4. Barely even started. Some of them spawn low-sec ore. That's probably true, yeah. But I mean, like, lore-wise, I have nothing that I can necessarily, like, bite onto here to be like, hey, this is what this thing is all about. The Bleak Lands. When the Sandy Sobek cult were first deemed heretical by the Council of Apostates millennia ago, they were driven out of the homelands by the Amarr Empire. Many of them fled to the Bleak Lands, where they sulked in hiding for centuries, fighting amongst themselves until one stood victorious. The Blood Raiders. The Bleaks remained as their seat of power until June 107, when, following the horrors of Mabian, the Imperial Navy descended upon the region with all their fury and rage, forcing the Blood Raiders to retreat out of the Bleak Lands. Their presence is still felt, as the region remains the lawless danger even to the most wary traveler. Recent times have pushed traditionally neglected region once more back into the position of some prominence. The brief War of Defiance was fought almost entirely within this region, and the ripples of that conflict and its fiery conclusions are still spreading. Many see the Bleaks as a central battlefield of the oft-predicted conflagration between the Empire and its former slaves, ensuring that some of it, at least, has been serious plans for the fall. That's actually an interesting one to jump into. It would be like to talk about the Defiance. I don't know. I'm not like the most knowledgeable about the Defiance per se, but like there is, especially with like Valkyneer showing up in today's story, it could be fun to go back and kind of look at that timeline, because like I don't know how to spell her name at all. Let's look this up. Eating Calm, Member Corpse, Aegis, Kashia Valkyneer. Her. This lady. That's a fun story, too. We covered that a while back, but it'd be worth looking at again. Especially her relationship with the Gallente, or not the Gallente, but the Mimitar and the Amarr. Imperial Navy Security Cordon Outpost. So this is also, I'm assuming, adjacent to Losec then, right? No? Let's go look at this.
Warp drive active.
Are those my probes? Did I launch? No, I didn't launch probes. Oh, wait, there it is, right there. The Cordon Outpost is guarding this Stargate. Why is it guarding this Stargate? What's... Oh, it's a regional boundary, right? Because, like, Hadi is... devoid. whereas this is domain. Domain being the inner kind of inner house of, or the main region of Amarr. Devoid only through many hardships is a man stripped to his very foundations, and in such a state, devoid of distractions, his soul free to soar, and in this he is closest to God. The scriptures, Book of Mission, verses 42:5. Yeah, cool. Derelict Ruins is almost certainly not going to have anything of interest. And the Jovian Observatory is a Jovian Observatory. You can see them all over the place. Take this name and search for it. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool to go over her story again. Yeah, we see here, Colonel Valkanir is a clan cousin of Elika Valkanir, the chief of the Nefintar tribe of the Minmatar Republic. Since the defection of Elika and many other Valkanir to the Republic, Kashia has cut ties with most of the Valkanir. Only a few clan members remaining loyal to the Amatar Mandate remain as family to her. Kashia is not the most senior of the Amatar Valkanir, but her evident loyalty and years of service has helped to shelter her kin from reprisals following the defections. So yeah. She was part of the Amatar, specifically part of the Amatar that helped rebel, but she did not rebel. So she actually gave up her family, and then she proceeded to fight in the Battle of Tears, which is a thing that we should probably look into more. That's I heard this one talked about from like Minmatar loyalists. Sorry, we should probably keep going.
Warp drive active.
The Amatar and Minmatari have been in an official state of war ever since the Great Rebellion 129 years ago. While the intensity of the fighting has ebbed and flowed, its peak was hit 7 years ago as a long-term Matari offensive dubbed the Vindication Wars came to a close at the Battle of Tears, one of the highest casualty engagements in recorded history. Since then, the two nations have settled into a tense standoff. With the exception of the occasional skirmish, no fighting has taken place, and the borders of both nations have remained secure. Vindication Wars. During the Vindication Wars that resulted... Oh, this could be a cool one to look into. Yeah, it all ties into the Amatar and the Sanmatar and all that stuff.
Warp drive active.
So this is from the Elder War universe page. Following their survival during the Days of Darkness, the Elders sought to rescue those who had been taken and set about forming a network of people who could be trusted. Initially, amongst the Nefintar, leaders of this tribe mobilized to protect the Elders. The network's ultimate goal of returning of all of those taken by Amarr during the Day of Darkness stalled at several key junctions. In the earliest years of the cooperation, the key Nefintar and the formation of the Amatar Mandate was motivated by opportunism. Key tribal leaders outside of the network had already suggested that they cooperate, especially when they learned that the Nikuni had once been slaves. When the elders heard of this idea, their own concern was the obvious disparity between the two cultures' technological advancement and the need for strategic intelligence before a rescue could be mounted. It felt that the Nefintar capitulation would leave Matari collectively in a unique position to study, learn, and steal from their new masters, passing on tactical knowledge that would be used to instrumental effect during the eventual invasion. Those leaders loyal to the elders therefore backed their plans of those keen to form an alliance with the Amarr, and almost immediately started sending back information to the network. This intelligence came at a cost, however, causing bitterness that threatened the elders' plans. During the Vindication Wars that resulted, and Minmatar fought their kin, there were several points where plans and loyalties were almost revealed to prevent further hostilities. Samatar Ultulf, ancestor of Anna Ultulf, surprised many when he had supported cooperation in the initial formation of the Elder Network, and his backing managed to convince many Nefintar whose loyalties had been torn that the decision was in the best interest of all Minmatar. In the years that followed, he often had a passionate plea to the other tribes to put an end to the increasing violence that had been directed towards the Amatar. The others at first supported his efforts, also keen to ensure that there was no bloodshed, so it's ironic that the events that followed were to have such a profound effect on the Vindication Wars. It was the Samatar's cousin, Bessin, that led the revolt that took place in 22-486, when he, who had convinced Samatar's eldest son to join him, after storming a meeting between the entourages of Ultaf and Amarr delegates, sparing few, Bessin took the delegate's son hostage. He then retrieved a black dagger that he had constructed for the event, and proceeded to slit the throats of both the Amarr heir and surprised son of Samatar in front of both their fathers. This act came to be replicated often throughout the Vindication Wars as modern weapons were put aside in favor of increasingly ornate black daggers and bloody theatrical violence against the Amatar. Samar was spared on this occasion, and distraught, he indicated to the elders his desire to reveal the deception of the Nefintar, so such an act would never be repeated. He was found dead the next day after apparent suicide. We are approaching Sorum Prime. Only a year later, the Amatar military contact had a facility under his charge of obliteration in an explosion that claimed many lives and left them scarred. Soon after he returned to work, he arranged for the Nefintar elder to visit him and ended up being seen by the Thacker elder as well. That evening, he attempted to incinerate the building in which they slept. He had felt that the explosion at his factory had come close to retaliation for the targeted sabotage of Amarr infrastructure nearby that had gone badly and resulted in the death of agents under his command. He blamed the elders for causing the unnecessary strife. The network had learned of both this and the simultaneous rendezvous he had organized with a reporter to expose the network, both of whom were found in a bullet-ridden vehicle only blocks from the blaze. While this event didn't have the same profound effect as the Matari consensus as the surrounding Samar Ultuf, in private, it was the event that convinced the elders that something they had debated many times since the Day of Darkness. Despite their ties to the Mother World, desire to lead the beleaguered underground resistance in person, and reluctance to heed concerns for their safety, it was time to leave Matar. They were spirited away from the planet by Thacker, who had started stockpiling military assets for the proposed Elder War elsewhere. Morale was low amongst the network as the elders were no longer physically present, and in response to various betrayals and cruelties of the Vindication Wars, spirits were bolstered significantly by the Minmatar Rebellion in 23-216 AD. However, when it looked like the fleet elements already being assembled by the elders would be mobilized entirely, millions of enslaved Matari were already being freed from Amarr territories, which had been their principal motivation for the military buildup. Events had transpired, however, that destabilized the elders, stopping them capitalizing on the rebellion and making their return. That still doesn't go totally into the Vindication Wars. Also, sorry that this is not what I was reading from. I don't know why that showed up instead. I apologize, but I was reading from... hold on. This, which is the Elder War article in on the universe portal. This also means that the Vindication Wars occurred before Theodicy. Now I really got to look into the Vindication Wars because, yeah, Vindication Wars apparently happened before the Mimitar Rebellion. Is Kashyap Falconeer that old? This is something that, okay, this is something that we're going to have to look into. But for now, we have something else to look at, which is we are in Sorum Prime. Sorum Prime is the location of one of those 3 Elder Tribe groups, strike groups, came to. We are one jump from Amarr Prime. But if we go here, we will head to the planet of Sorum Prime 3, where there is, this is where the city of Mechios is. This was the birth city of Jamil Sorum, and this is where the Elder Fleet were destroyed. We showed the video last time, but we can show it again really quick.
This is the Sado Knight.
Oh my god, shut up. You're going to make me get ad blocker. All right. So this is the Mechios Graveyard. This is actually a newer site comparatively to some of the other landmarks that we were looking at. Let's go ahead and cloak with all those suspects in local. So this is the planet of Sorum Prime 3. This is the home planet of Jamil Sorum. And we can see this event. That is Jamil Sorum using her super weapon against the Mimitar Elder Fleet. So all this stuff, the black daggers, the all these different illusions, these are the things that Chakade was trying to use in order to flame tensions between these different groups, right? Between the Amarr and the Amitar, between the Mimitar and the Amitar, between the Caldari and the Glente, between the Mimitar, you know, whatever, basically just continuing to try to rip apart the different political forces within New Eden in those EOM attacks, right? Or as an agent of the EOM, it would seem. We also have this statue of Jamil Sorum with her Abaddon super weapon charging up that we just saw in that video. So this statue is actually put up at the same time as the statue for Dorium III, and then the one for the head of the Defiant, or no, they also put up a statue for Karen Midgelar and the head of the Defiance, I think, from the Mimitar side of things. But her and this statue and the statue of Dorium or the third rather, I think, were put up at about the same time. And you can see over here, there's some Amarr got injured, but a lot of Mimitar. This is the remains of the Mimitar Elder Fleet, including that Leviathan that you saw get ripped apart in that video. Oh, there it is. So there you go. Very cool site. And then if we go to Amarr Prime, we'll see some more cool sites. Ragnarok. What did I say? Yeah, Mimitar Titan Ragnarok. I said Leviathan. You're right. You're right. Leviathan's Caldari. Ragnarok is Mimitar. Thank you for the correction. Ragnarok and roll. And now we are entering into Amarr Prime, which is, of course, the capital of Amarr, also the trade hub of Amarr. And here we see there's a beacon.
Drive active.
There's a couple of interesting sites here. How far away am I from Safazan, I wonder? Oh, there's other stuff in... Oh, yeah. Cool, we can go there. Yeah, Safazan's not too far either. We'll work on that. So this is the Amarr Homeworlds... Wait, what? Okay, I didn't realize that this one was so not as interesting. Amarr Monument. Here's Amarr Prime. That's fine. But if we go to this one,
Warp drive active.
which is on basically the same grid, but a little bit further away, 11,000 kilometers away, we will see Empress Catus I's Honor Guard. So this is the same forces that we would have seen in Tenu if we had happened to been there during that 1 week of her touring. But otherwise, you can always see them out in front of Amarr Prime. This is the Royal Guard. A very impressive display of force. Remember, Catus Tashmerkon kind of came into power as the Amarr were being just beaten by the drifters under attack across the several different fronts. They killed the Empress Jamil, and so it was a really important thing for Empress Tashmerkon to show the unified might of the Amarr. And so she put on this big display and some other stuff too. So, and then we also can this is the planet of Amarr Prime. This is where Dam Torasad, which we saw, you hear about all the time in the lore. That's where it is. And then, but in the same system is another monument that's kind of fun.
Warp drive active.
Because this is one of the few monuments, there's a few monuments out there that are not based in empire politics / ancient history type stuff, but are in fact Capsuleer based. And this is one of them. This is one of the first big monuments for it. There's a guy named Kribba. Kribba is considered to be one of the only good guys in all of New Eden. He's been around for a long time. He has Veldspar tattooed on his arm. He mines in his ship the Veldknot, which is a dreadnought. One of the few dreadnoughts that are allowed to be in space in New Eden. He actually undocks it in Amarr sometimes when he wants to. And here you can see a statue of him with his Veldknot dreadnought mining some Veldspar. And conveniently, if you want to mine some Veldspar, like this retriever is here. Oh, actually, I guess this is score dice. But if you want to, there's some basic mining here too, because of course, Kribba has always been known as a miner. And, we don't talk too much about Kribba anymore. But, he was really, he's probably most well known for being kind of a third party representative. So like he built up enough trust within the community. Back in the day, before there were Keep Stars, you couldn't trade a Titan because you couldn't dock a Titan, right? So you can't contract it, you can't sell it, whatever. So like if party A has a Titan and wants to sell it to party B, you have a problem. You both have to meet up in space. You have to both meet up in space, and then party A, who has the Titan, has to either get out of the Titan so the other person can get in it, in which case party B now has the Titan and the money, or party B has to transfer the money to party A before party A gets out of the Titan, in which case party A now has the Titan and the money. Either way, at some point during the exchange, somebody has both the money and the Titan, which means they can't trust each other. Enter Kribba. Kribba was so well trusted by the community that he started a program where basically he worked as a brokering service. So the person with the money would transfer the money to Kribba. Kriba would confirm receipt of the money. The person with the Titan would then transfer the Titan. And then when the new owner of the Titan confirmed that he had received the Titan, then Kriba would send the money to the person who just sold the Titan. So that is basically what he was most well known for. Obviously, that's not as important nowadays that Eve, there's new, you can do stuff in keep stars and stuff. So it's a lot easier now to do these kinds of things. His service was no longer necessary. Also, the Mittani actually kind of made a little bit of he was already pretty famous. He was already the CEO of Goon Swarm and was on the CSM, but he actually made his own mockery version of this where he would do his own third-party services, but he would steal the money. And people would get mad at him because it's like, oh, you're a CSM. You should, conduct yourself with honor and respect or whatever. And it's like, that's not how any of this works. But Kriba earned his trust actually by creating a whole bunch of tools. So like we talk about Eve Offline as a status monitor. It keeps track of the peep concurrent user over time. You can see like everything from here's all time. We can actually see that this last weekend, or not, I think it was this last weekend. Either way, the 22nd, we see the highest peak user since like since 2020, since the pandemic, right? And some people are like, oh well, there's the 7 days free Omega or 10 days, 10 plex for 7 days Omega, but you know what? Like, it's still bigger than all of the other times that they gave away free Omega in the last couple of years. So that's good. But if we scroll down here to the bottom, we'll see copyright Kriba, OMG Labs. So Kriba actually, like, he was one of the creators of many of the tools that were being used, especially in the earlier days of EVE Online. So that's where he kind of built up his trust. But yeah, so the story of Kriba is pretty cool. And he now has a statue in EVE because of that. Cool. All right, now we go to continue our tour. We're going to Corazor Prime, right? Yep.
Warp drive active.
We continue our tour next door to Corazor Prime. So Corazor, just like Sorum, are members of the noble houses of Amarr, along with Artichaper, Khanid, Kador, and I feel like I'm missing one. Corazor, Sorum, Tashmurkon, of course, Tashmurkon. The current rulers. All right, and now that we are in Corazor Prime, we can head to another monument, which is the one I just talked about, actually.
Warp drive active.
When we were at the Jamil one. Dorium the Second. I'm sorry, Dorium the Second. Dorium II, also known as Dorium Corazor, was the Amarr emperor that reigned from YC105 to YC107. So basically, he was the guy who was running the Amarr when, so Hadrian VII died in YC105. And so there was a tournament, there was a, this is actually the very first time that the Eve, the Amarr Championship helped, which the competition that decides who will be the next emperor of the Amarr, was held after Hadrian the Seventh died, which Hadrian, of course, was this lasted for a very long time. He actually was emperor from for almost 300 years. So then he dies from so like a lot of these events that we're talking about before, including the Khanid Rebellion and other things like that, happened during his reign. And in YC105, he died of turret disease, which then leads to the rise of Dorium II. And Dorium II ruled for a relatively short amount of time. The fates of but then Dorium II was assassinated by an unidentified attacker on July 4th, YC107. Court Chamberlain Ducia Karsoth became the acting regent in the empire. Following Dorium's death, the Caldari state condemned the attack, while the Minmatar Republic quickly denied knowledge and issued its own condemnation. But then from there, the heirs were reluctant to have another Amarr championship, another, heir rise to the throne, because every single time they do this, all of the heirs that fail in their bid to become the emperor or empress must commit ritual sacrifice in the rite of Shathal Sin. And in particular, Caddis Tashmerkon was not interested in doing that at the moment, which kind of ceded power to the court chamberlain, Karsoth, who was a really bad dude and is a whole story in of itself. But in the end, Jamil, who actually had to commit Shathal Sin during the tournament, or after, when Dorium II came to power, she had to commit Shathal Sin, but she was illegally cloned at the Matriarch Citadel. And of course, she returns to power, or she returns to the limelight by destroying the Elder Fleet, as we just saw, and becomes the new Empress without any fight for it. So that's why the heirs did not have to commit Shathal Sin, and it wasn't until Jamil was assassinated by the Drifters that there was another Amarr championship, which resulted in the victory of Caddis Tashmerkon and the orbital bombardment of all of the other heirs, including King Khanid. Yeah, he is as close to Jabba the Hutt as a human can be. He's gross. Man, Karsoth is so gross that if I told you how gross he was, I'd probably get demonetized. He's like the ultimate symbol of like sloth and greed within the Amarr structure. Now then, what is Khanid for Emperor? It would have been so interesting if Khanid had won. That was kind of the cool thing about the Amarr championship, was that each one of the situations, like, we didn't know who was going to win because it was based on player competition, right? But each one of the heirs would have been very, very interesting. Caddis Tashmerkon actually was the most diplomatic of all of them, with her ties to the Caldari and everything. She's a shrewd businesswoman, and at least by Jamil's recollection, the smartest, most clever of all of the heirs at the time. This must be for some event or some mission. Korzor battle site. Let's see if that's cool. Let's turn my music down a little bit. Yeah, Karsoth is so grotesquely obese that he requires like mechanical legs to move around. He's also in Eve Galaxy Conquest, by the way. Man, there's so little information on Eve Galaxy Conquest online. I can't even pull up his picture. I'd have to like open up my app and stuff, which I haven't opened up that app in a while. I wish they'd bring back the unique stations, including Dark Amarr for Conan. I don't really remember that. I do know that, I mean, like at one point, all the stations kind of looked the same, and then they were now that at least they have the colors of the corporation that controls them. So Conan stations should be black. Conan stations had big spikes on them. Yeah, they changed it so that all of the structures have oh wow, hold on. Yeah, hold on. I found something. This is cool. Who was it? Is that Wizard that's saying that? Either way. Hold on. I just found this. Old removed stations and structure models. Dark Amarr Station O. So this is an old Conan station model that was from 2007. And this is 2008. Here's Dark Amarr Station H. A Conan station looks like a spikier version of the Amarr Station Hub. It was removed from the game in approximately 2009. The model is, this picture of the model is from 2007. And then this is from 2008. Angel Serpentis. This station, I presume, was once found in Serpentis Prime, but was removed from the game in 2009. Can now only be seen in the Chronicle, the Serpati family. The model is from 2007. This is from 2008. Oh, yeah, okay. I thought you were a wizard by the picture. This is the Caldari themed railgun turret model from 2007, 2008. The reason why all of these things have a difference in 2007, 2008, isn't that about when, what was that? Trinity? When they redid all of the visuals? Caldari Constellation Stargate. Wow, that's a very different looking one. Yeah, before and after Trinity. That's it. That's very cool. Thanks for that. That was their first significant graphic pass, correct. I'm not 100% sure what fight happened here in Tashmark on Prime. I assume that this might have been like a lesser skirmish within the Elder Fleet. Let me look real quick. Tashmark on Prime. What is this? No, it's Core Azor. Sorry, we're in Core Azor, not Tashmark on. Core Azor Battle Site. Let's see what Eve Travel has to say about it. Eve Travel is, of course, a wonderful resource for all things tourism. Probably should have been reviewing this more today, but at least we're here now. Similar to the Mechios Graveyard, Torazor had some fierce fighting during the Elder incursion of the so-called start of the so-called Empyrean Age. I wasn't quite sure how historians came up with that one so quickly. Yeah, so this is just part of the Mimitar Elder Fleet fights of the events of the Empyrean Age. So if we open up back up bookmarks, hold on. Does that mean? Oh man, we're super close to a couple other good places. Let's just keep going, guys. Let's just keep going. I'm enjoying this tourism. Are you guys? Is this cool to you guys? I mean, we're running around. This time we're in Amarr space. We're checking out the sites, seeing what we can learn and talk about it. Molia is very sad, but it's both sad but also very. I mean, it's a graveyard. Graveyards are sad. But they're also important. So the Molia Cemetery actually has a really personal thing for me because they announced that they were going to come to Molia, or they were going to redo the Molia Cemetery. And they'd even shown off some of the stuff about the Molia Cemetery. And I remember I was like, this is so awesome. So the Molia Cemetery was something that was started by players, where basically it's designed to be a monument for capsuleers who have passed in real life, right? The whole eyes forward capsuleer thing. So the idea is that if your friend who passes away in real life, you bring their corpse in Eve to the Molia Cemetery, and you would anchor a can with it in there with a note, like a gravestone, right? And the Molia Cemetery was vandalized a few times in the past, but because of the fact that it was on a POS, it made it so that the cans didn't decay, and it was pretty cool. But it was made by players, and so it could only go so far. And then eventually CCP decided to make their own fallen capsuleer memorial. And, I was really happy by this because I'm big for the Eve community. So I was like, this is really cool. And, but it took them like a year to actually come out with it. So I remember like continually pestering them to just put the monument into the game. We've seen the monument. And then they announced when they were going to, and that was fine. And then a few days before they put the monument into the game, a friend of ours passed away of COVID. And so me, some CCP guys, and some other stuff, some other guys, we actually managed to get his corpse, and we brought it here. And I actually officiated a funeral. It was one of the when people ask me, like, as my streaming time and all this other stuff, like, this is one of those moments that it totally transcended beyond some stupid streamer that talks about EVE Online. I got to officiate a funeral for a friend of mine that a lot of people cared about. We hauled his body all the way from Pamene to here with escort. And this was the first, if I understand correctly, first funeral service at the Molia Cemetery, which was an extraordinarily bittersweet moment for me. But it makes this whole place so much more emotional for me, and I apologize. But this is an amazing site. They've done an incredible job with this. They made it so that the pillars were basically kind of very much like the stone formations in Icelandic. The idea that the Sino, right? There's the hold on, let me go look it up. So there's a poem that was written that says, "Eyes forward, Capsuleer. The Sino is not yet lit. Consider your modules, your rigs, and ammo before you undock, for the Sino is not yet lit. Break free of stations and witness the universe before you, for the Sino is not yet lit. Set your ships to fly in the vastness while you wait, for the Sino is not yet lit. Pay attention, Capsuleers, for those who have come before you call for you to join them. The Sino is now lit. And, yeah, so that's intense. And obviously a big dramatic change from what we were talking about before. But this is one of those things I think is really, really important for us as a community to hold in importance, right? And so this site, you can see all of the cans that have been put here. Hundreds of people. All names of different players and different... I mean, some people have brought characters for other real-life people. But yeah, so this has become a tradition. And the nice thing is, because of the fact that this monument has been put here by CCP, they are actually able to change the rules. So now these cans don't decay. So if you lose somebody, feel free to honor them by bringing them here. And this is also a really cool site. It does some pretty cool effects. I think it does an effect every hour. And then there's some other effects that can happen. So it's also just a really good place to come and just spend some time and contemplate and have some peace, you know? Yeah. Anyway, this is part of the Kana Kingdom, and it does have an environmental adaptation from the Odysseus. Hold on. You can see here it has a 20% command burst duration bonus. Not sure what that means, but or why they did that, but yeah. That's a lot of cans. And this is the actual, I believe this is not the original, because the original had been destroyed a couple of times, but this is the tower that existed when the Molia Cemetery was put in, which was the original. So you can see all of the cans that are up here were part of the original Molia Cemetery, most likely. And then all of the cans down here are part of the new cemetery. So yeah. I've always, this was one of the very first monuments that they ever put in when they started putting in new monuments. And I think that it's an incredible thing that they did. All right. We can move on now, I think. Maybe? Hold on. Personal locations. Here we go. Next, we head to Safazan.
Warp drive active.
Sorry, I have a strange desire to just be quiet and respectful when in this system. Yeah. All right, we are back out of the area. We're going to head over to Corzor Prime on our way through to Safazan. And as we go, I will show you a video, which is why we're heading to Safazan. Oops.
There is utter confusion here in Safazan, as the condition of Empress Jamal Saram remains unknown after a Titan carrying the Empress was destroyed by Drifter forces just a few minutes ago. The Empress was to attend the inauguration of the new Imperial flagship, the Octoritas, at the Safazan headquarters of the Imperial Navy. Traveling in the Seraph, an Avatar-class Titan, the Empress was believed to be well protected and accompanied by a formidable escort. Despite this, the Seraph came under attack from a large drifter force, appearing almost immediately after the Empress arrived in Safazan. Imperial guards attempted to intercept the attackers, but the drifters used new tactics in their assault, utilizing their superior speed to head straight for the Seraph while ignoring all other ships. Within a matter of seconds, the Seraph was completely engulfed and obliterated by simultaneous fire from the entire drifter force. It is obvious that the Empress was the sole target, and once the Seraph was destroyed, the drifters warped away without concern for any other ships present. The speed and precision the drifters displayed while executing their plan seems to have stunned the Imperial Guard, as they were unable to react in time to put up any defense during the short but devastating attack. While search and rescue efforts are still underway, there have been no announcements made, nor have we been able to confirm anything regarding the condition or whereabouts of Empress Jamil Sarum. We will of course keep on reporting as the situation develops. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
So yeah, that is basically Safazan was where the Amarr were building their new flagship for Jamil, the Arcturitas, and we never got to see it because, as you know, there was the keel laying ceremony where the head of the SOCT, Matashi Reich, scanned Jamil's ship before he was destroyed by Capsuleers and Amarr Navy. That you can kind of read more about that in, or like the follow-up from that in Inheritance, which is how Matashi Reich learned about the existence of the other in Jamil's head. But then I think it was 2 weeks later or so, when this was supposed to be like the revealing of the Arcturitas, Jamil shows up with the Seraph in the TES Seraph, the Amarr Titan, and she says, "We witnessed the glory of Amarr and gets cut off as a bunch of drifters show up and kill her, pod her, and then warp off." We actually, when I was part of the Hydrostatic podcast, we put up a gigantic bounty. I believe it was a collector's edition, which was like $120 box set at the time, for whoever could bring us Jamil Sorum's corpse, so that way we could hand it over and have study, and then we could learn about the other for everybody's sake. But that corpse was never brought forward. It was confirmed by CCP that it did drop and it was hers, but never actually got found. So, or at least nobody ever turned it into us. There were a few imposters. Here we are on our way to Safazan. So in Safazan, really, there's no beacon for it? That's kind of crazy. Well, luckily, there is one on the bookmark list. It's a lot of sentry guns. What is your grade 4 tinfoil? And I was actually here when this got happened. I was like 14 kilometers away, I think, from Jamil when she was blown up. So here we go. This is the wreck of the TES Seraph. Or EF Seraph? I thought it was TEF. Jamil was assassinated in August. 2 months later, Yosef becomes the Deathless. I don't know if those are necessarily related, except for the fact that, like, the drifters showing up and the events of the Caroline Star event was, like, put so many different things into motion, you know? It's a pretty cool wreck, huh? Yeah. All right. Where were we? We were going... Where were we heading? We started in Tanu. Haha. We're still 9 jumps away. We get started, and I'm going to go check to make sure my dog is not destroying anything.
Drive active.
Well, she did destroy some stuff, but nothing too serious. Yeah, but Yosef is clearly talking with some kind of unidentified entity in the fulcrum. I've always thought that the thing that he's talking to in the fulcrum is the fulcrum itself. Like, so the conspiracy around Jamil is that, like, so when the drifters killed Highland Tukos, they also managed to capture his infomorph. So the question actually is, did the drifters also capture Jamil's infomorph? Or did Jamil hitch a ride with the other when she was killed? And, you know, like, there's this, long-term conspiracy theory. In fact, I think I even have it on my iceberg that, you know, Drifter Queen Jamil, that, like, she'll return one day as, you know, the kind of like the board queen, or like, what's her name from the Zerg? Oh no. What is her name from the Zerg? Starts with K. Yeah, she's Strategos, exactly. Kerrigan, thank you. Sarah Kerrigan. Was it Sarah Kerrigan? It's been so long. It is Sarah Kerrigan, huh? We are kind of doubling back on a couple of places right now. We're in Amarr Prime. We're going to go back through Korazor Prime. We took a little bit of a detour so we could check out those other places. But now we're back on our route to Kaha, which I think is where we will wrap things up for the day. I mean, it's been 5 hours. If you guys are watching this, especially if you've been here this whole time, thank you guys so much. If you learned something cool today, please make sure to like the stream. I'm probably going to put out a version of the video where I cut out the music and stuff and release it as its own video, the Tour of Amarr area. So, you know, if you are watching this after the fact, again, thank you so much for making it all the way through this. I hope this was cool for you guys. I know some people like my longer form content to go to bed to or whatever. There was a lot to talk about today when it came to the lore. Hopefully it was... hopefully you guys found value in it. We've got 5 more jumps to go. Amarr is a good place to be if you want to make profit as an industrialist. Much better margins than in Jita. That's correct. Actually, like, honestly, Amarr is a great place to live. A lot of smart players make the decision to move to Amarr. It's huge. It's expansive. There's lots of places where you can kind of go and not be harassed. The Amarr market is the second biggest market in the game, so it is almost as effective to use as Jita, but at the same time, if you're supplying it, there's a lot less competition over it. I know a lot of people that have made very successful operations in Amarr space. Now, the other thing is a lot of people suggest that Amarr space connects to wormholes more than anywhere else, but that's honestly just because there's more Amarr space than anywhere else. We can see here, you know, Corazor, Khanid, Kador, not Genesis, but Domain, Tashmercon, Bleaklands, Devoid, to a lesser extent, Aridia. This whole area is Amarr. In fact, yeah, we can see here, all this gold area is Amarr. There's a reason why, like, again, it's not that wormholes automatically connect to Amarr space more than anywhere else. It's just that Amarr space there's more Amarr space than any other type of space.
Warp drive active.
Genesis is mostly Amarr, but it is also shared with Concord. And the nice thing about today's stories is that, like, the stories that we went over today are the kind of the stories that don't really make it into tellings very much, you know? Like, EOM is one of the more, like, obscure pirate factions in EVE. And a lot of these events, especially the EOM attacks, are likely to be relevant, especially as we move further and further into Vanguard, potentially. But, you know, that was a thing that happened within, like, the player base participated in every step of the way of that.
Active.
So, the interesting thing here with this final piece of the attack, if we go back to our story of Tanu and the dread attacks and all that stuff, we can see, for example, here in Jinrafa, the Crux Special Task Force had these dreads that attacked. Well, one of the dreads is commanded by oh shoot, where is it? Yeah, Telly Ambrelli, right? We can see here he is in Jinrafa piloting a Moros. But then, during the final attack, he actually shows back up in Kaha in a revelation. So a lot of the characters that were in the previous dread attacks that happened were returned in the Kaha attack as Equilibrium of Mankind. So this is how we kind of know that a lot of these attacks, or all of the dread attacks, except potentially the one in why is my name falling out of my head right now? Because it always happens. Flosuswin, right? Other than the Flosuswin dread attack, all of the rest of them, members of the dread teams from that attack, actually also can be found in the Equilibrium of Mankind during the Kaha attack. So here we are in Kaha. You can see the records there, but here we are in Kaha. Please don't. Please stop. Kaha 3.
Warp drive active.
So this is where Chuckade shows up with the equilibrium of mankind's Titan. This is the same planet that was used by the same Titan in 2007 to blow up the atmosphere. She really wants to go out for a walk, so I need to wrap things up. But yep, there's no wreckage or anything here, but this is the planet that was attacked by the Titan Doomsday, and we killed Chuckade and his avatar at. And that's kind of the end of that story right now. I mean, they haven't followed up with it in any way, so that's what we got. And here is the avatar of Chuckade blown up by a whole bunch of people. Am I listed on here? I don't even know. Am I? No. I can't remember. I can't remember if I actually came here or not. But Chuckade dropped some Genelutions, the encrypted. He has the black daggers. So yeah. Obviously an attempt to try to inflame tensions using symbols of the past against the various empires. Thankfully, it failed. But the equilibrium of mankind are still out there, and the Artishipper leader is still allegedly out there, even though he was supposed to die thousands of years ago. So hopefully we'll find out more about it. But all that said, thank you guys for coming on this tour of Amarr and Amatar Mandate and Kana Kingdom. We will be returning tomorrow. I've been Ashrothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012. I'm here to put Eve into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for coming, checking it out. Like, comment, subscribe, share this with a friend, because hopefully this is just a small example of how much crazy deeper the Eve universe and its lore goes. And as you can see through the story, everything from Arcia Elkin to the different attacks and everything, this is a interesting, in my opinion, one of the best examples of the Eve lore being woven in with player action, because at every point of this story, players were involved. Everything from how the Flosis Wind fight played out, how taking down the Dreads, taking down the Titans, Arcia's place getting bombed because she talked shit to Chuckade. All of this was a fusion of player story and CCP's Eve story. And I think that this is one of the things that makes Eve so uniquely beautiful. So thank you all for joining me on this. And I want to give a special shout out, of course, to my top supporters, including my Immortal supporters, 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Leet, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, May, Malak Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mayak, Nephilim, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, and Rid. Thank you guys all so much. I will see you soon. And until next time, I've been Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden. Join the Convocation of Empyreans. Use the buddy code, etc., etc. Buy merch. Consider becoming a member and a patron, because that's the only way that I'm able to continue to do this. I've been Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden. Until next time, I'll see you in space.
Bring on the wrecking ship. every city.